for the camera.
No. Your feed or the speakers later.
To
that.
go on.
Yep, once we do
Okay.
the panel. This is, Gabe's already in.
Okay. Which one is Gabe?
The first speaker.
Okay.
At 9:30.
So, okay.
And then this is your live scan, which we can do.
Like during the breaks or something?
Yeah, I was gonna do it like right before, be like, welcome to today's Web 3.0. Like I'll kick us off from there.
Okay.
At like 9:25.
Right.
And then let's say, welcome, we're really excited. We'll be starting shortly, but while we're waiting, you can see what we'll be doing today. Grant Posner is going to be making scans.
So who is this one then? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This one is the laptop display.
Okay.
You don't need to bring that up. I don't think you'd ever. Test 1, 2.
So
And then you're gonna have to bring.
I went live because it was going to be on Facebook.
Yeah, but the only thing is, okay.
Mike.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
We're really excited to have an incredible event today. We've got a large crowd out in the cafe today, getting ready to come in to listen to Gabe from Blockchain or Blockspaces. He's going to be discussing Blockspaces with us and what that means for the blockchain community and their impact they're making in the space. So we're really excited for this event today. If you got a sneak peek of what Grant is doing in there, he's an incredible 3D scanner. So he's got over $100,000 of scanning equipment that will be scanning individuals and different pieces, creative assets that will be digitized. This is an incredible opportunity for our community to come together, highlight all the incredible things that are happening across the ecosystem, and share some of these new insights of how it can be applied right here in Tallahassee. So I'm looking forward to today's event, and in a moment we will bring up Gabe Higgins with Blockspaces. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Okay, I think we're on, right? Good morning. I'm Gabe Higgins, the co-founder and chief blockchain officer of Blockspaces. And what we do is we're helping to solve the problem of bridging the gap between how to utilize blockchain technology within a business context in business applications. So we are building a integration platform that enables businesses and traditional business applications, Web 2.0, if you will, to be able to interact with Web 3 networks and platforms. So that's primarily what we're focused on these days. And we're based in Tampa, Florida. So I don't know if I guess I'm not, there's no co-host. Am I just talking for an hour? Okay.
We really just want to learn a little bit more about
Got some feedback issues.
and we're going to try to see what time I appreciate that, Gabe. I'm going to switch cameras in a moment, but while we're doing that, would you mind sharing a little bit about your experience and background in the space and what trends you're currently seeing? I know there's some chaos going around in the market-based space and the crypto side, but there's a lot more to blockchain than just crypto, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Robert. So my background, a little bit about me. I've been involved in this industry now going on 10 years. I was one of the early adopters, one of the crazy ones that came across Bitcoin fairly early on and understood the value proposition of having a decentralized monetary system that was decoupled from any kind of political actors. I thought that was a very interesting concept. Didn't know how viable it was at the time. Of course, nobody did. So, but it was interesting enough for me to follow it very closely. And it wasn't until there was I saw it responding to geopolitical events. So before Bitcoin, it was around $10 in value when I came across it, and then there was a implosion in Cyprus, Greece, where they had to do, instead of a bailout that we experienced here in the States in 2008 and 2009 financial crisis, it was a bail-in 2013 in Cyprus, Greece, where the banks shut off all access to depositors' funds, and you couldn't withdraw even out of ATM. And the bank basically gave everybody a haircut of whatever was deposited in your account, of like 20% or something like that. So that was really crazy to me. And but that's when I saw Bitcoin respond in a way where, and that was the first time Bitcoin's price went over $100. So that told me something, that this was going to be very important for the future of money and access to money, even in today's modern age where we're trusting centralized entities with access and control of that money. And when they fail, you have no recourse. You have no control over your wealth, which is a big problem. So that's when I really started digging my heels in and trying to learn more about that underlying technology itself, how it worked, why it worked, what it could be, what else it could be used for potentially. And so that's what we're talking about, blockchain, right? And so after I run the Tampa Bay Bitcoin meetup groups, I started those in 2014. I still run those to this day, so going on 8 years. And it's the longest running, I've recently discovered it's the longest running Bitcoin meetup in the world. That's active, very active with our meetings. So to that, I'm very focused on educating people that this technology is important. Here's the reasons why. Mainly in Bitcoin's case, it's digital gold. It's supposed to be a store of wealth where you can control, own your own monetary wealth in a device that can't easily be just confiscated, and definitely can't be inflated. Your value can't be inflated away like a lot of fiat currencies are doing today. So what Blockspaces is focused on, like I mentioned earlier, with enabling this technology to be used by businesses. Well, what does that mean? Well, obviously for financial transactions, Bitcoin today is rather, it's not as slow as some traditional financial processes, but it feels like it could be faster. And with the advent of second layer solutions like the Lightning Network on Bitcoin, it's now made it extremely fast and extremely cheap to send anything to anybody around the world with an internet connection. So that, and that's built on Bitcoin, which is obviously the largest and most secure blockchain network out in existence today. And so what we're doing is enabling businesses to be able to leverage those payment rails, specifically on Lightning Network. So they can, instead of using banks, you're using Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's now denominated also, or can be exchanged for pretty much any fiat currency on the planet at this point. So it's very liquid. So you can exchange it very quickly and easily if you need to back into fiat. But we foresee a world where these underlying digital assets are going to be the way businesses are going to transact with each other in the future, because it reduces the friction, reduces the cost, and any kind of error or the potential for fraud as well. So there's lots of benefits to blockchain. And just real quick, blockchain is a distributed ledger technology, as it's also known as, where you can have a system of record that can't be changed. Basically, it can't be edited by any kind of centralized authority, which is a really interesting technology and concept that we're not used to knowing or hearing about, right? Even with any kind of digital system, we're used to, I can have something, a digital something, be it a picture, a file, whatever, and I can send it to you, right, online, via email or through a social media application, what have you, and then that can be copied and copied and copied and copied, right? You get it, you can send it off to somebody else, and we see that digital information is just replicable, very replicable, which doesn't make for good money, which is why before Bitcoin, you couldn't have a digital money system. Just wasn't feasible. The problem Bitcoin solved was the long-standing it's a long-standing computer science problem, actually, that lasted for 70 years, which is, okay, how do we prevent digital information from being copied ad infinitum? There was no way to retain ownership over a digital asset. That is until Bitcoin was invented. Bitcoin actually solved that problem. Hence why it became the first obvious use case of that is a money system. So that's why Bitcoin is really important to understand, not only from a monetary perspective, but also historically a monetary perspective, but also from a technology perspective. Like, what is there there, right, is the first question you have to ask, and everybody asks it, like, why is this thing special? Well, that's why is now we have a way to track digital information, digital assets, that you can not only prove ownership of those things, but know that they can't be manipulated or duplicated in a way that there's fraudulent activities happening, or some kind of mistrusted or misguided, or that fraudulent activity that can be manipulated by anybody. This can't that can't happen with this kind of system that is built under Bitcoin, which is this blockchain system. So there's a lot of caveats to that, of course, a lot of nuances to that now that we've discovered, and we're constantly learning more. To what Robert was alluding to, a lot of the troubles that we're seeing is that there's been an explosion of innovation with this technology over the past several years. Lots of experiments are happening in real time. Unfortunately, a lot of it revolves around value. Now that we have digital assets that operate just like a physical thing, where you can have ownership of it and you can prove ownership of it in a way that's as good as it being physical. So you can have digital things that are as real as physical things in terms of proving ownership over. So extending property rights to the digital world is a very unique and it's a new thing. That's where we get into this whole Web3 metaverse kind of discussions about, well, now that we have digital assets, and basically means we have digital property that we can have. Now we can build these meta worlds in the digital realm, and we're not necessarily confined to just the physical realm. And that gets into all sorts of discussions, but going back to some of the the troubles that we've seen in this space, in this environment of rapid innovation, is the fact that these things are all experiments, and you know, a lot of the application that Bitcoin originally led onto has evolved, with other projects doing various things, trying to tweak the parameters to make it either, you know, faster or cheaper, or in some cases, you know, everybody's trying to figure out how does this scale um, to fit a worldwide global audience, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do this at scale. So I actually think all the experiments that are happening, and you know, now there's like tens of thousands of other digital assets that have spawned up. You know, one of the, you know, the second most popular is Ethereum, which I'm sure lots of people have heard of, that enable these things called smart contracts, which is, now that we have digital property, we also have embedded programs that we can put on a blockchain that that can execute automated functions in a distributed way, which also provides additional interesting use cases that you can direct rules, basically enforce them in a way that doesn't require a person. So having things like smart contracts has become a very widely explored space now, and so you have all these other things popping up that are trying to iterate on this innovation very quickly and rapidly. And while that's good for the innovation purposes, what people seem to miss is that these things are very much in their experimental stages, and you probably shouldn't be throwing a ton of your money at any of these. I'm all for the exploration and innovation, and how these things are evolving and developing in real time. I think that's needed, so we can figure out a lot of the hard problems that we are discovering as this new invention has, you know, kind of fallen in our lap. But we have to do so in a responsible way, and it looks like a lot of people are unfortunately taken by a lot of these narratives, and of course greed gets in the way. So you know, a new project comes out and it's touting itself as being, you know, the one that's going to, you know, explode in massive global adoption, and so you want to get in early, and you know, they sell you on this vision that this thing's gonna, you know, fix all the world's problems. So you know, one of the ones that have blown up this past week, and there's been many blow ups in the past, but this is the latest one, called Terra, which had a token called Luna, and they created also a stable coin called UST. So Luna was another digital asset that you know, created a stable coin that, and a stable coin is something that's supposed to be pegged to a fiat currency. This one's pegged to the dollar, the US dollar, UST. So but they tried to backstop it with their own token, and then they use their own token that has it actually accrued a lot of value over a very short period of time. And so what the makers of this, which was supposed to be a decentralized system, they bought a bunch of Bitcoin to try to backstop the value of the stable coin. So if it were ever to be depegged from the dollar, they had an automated way through the smart contract function to bring the peg back to $1. Well, that turns out it didn't work. The experiment failed because there was this gets into a lot of different topics, but basically it spiraled out of control where the depegging happened, and that led to the devaluation of Luna itself, which led to more depegging of the stablecoin, and it was just a negative feedback loop that spiraled out of control to where Luna is now. It was worth over $100 just several weeks ago, and then now it's worth sub-cents. So it completely crashed to basically nothing. And that's, it hurt a lot of people. A lot of people put way too much money into this experiment that turned out to be a failure. So what I help do is try to educate people on these things and provide a resource with our community that you don't have to fall for some of these things, or at least know what to look for and understand the risk, which is one of the most important things. A lot of people are touting how much money they've made in crypto, and while that could absolutely be the case in some cases, more often than not, people are just taken by these projects that, if they're trying to be legitimate, they're very immature and should not be holding a ton of money, and or they are actually trying to scam people. There's a lot of these things that are all just talk. There's no substance behind them. So, and it's very tricky to wade through what is legitimate or not. Honestly, even for me, and I've seen all kinds of projects touting all kinds of ridiculous things. But so going back to I never really kind of gave my background after I started the meetups, and like I said, still running those today. So I'm doing weekly news updates, and so I keep track pretty close to what's happening in the space itself. But I'm also a co-author of the book Thank God for Bitcoin with several other Bitcoiners, where we lay out an argument or a case, a moral case, if you will, of why Bitcoin is sound money. Probably the most sound money that we ever have had. And what I mean by that with sound money is that it's a monetary system and unit of account that it doesn't rely on a third-party entity that is in control of its inflation rate, meaning you just can't print Bitcoins out of thin air, which is and there's a limited supply of Bitcoins that will ever be created, but it's done through, the functionality of the blockchain, which is, the rules are set in place. There's a smart contract that's governing that, and it can't really be changed because in order to change these truly decentralized systems, you have to have buy-in from the rest of the network, all the constituencies that govern the entire system or in the ecosystem. They all have to have a similar goal. They basically get to vote on what protocol rules that they will allow and enforce. So this is a very powerful concept, because not only it's basically running a governance system that has no governing bodies, which gets into the topic of a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. I would argue Bitcoin is the first working DAO, although it's not formalized as such. Nobody really refers to the underlying governing principles of Bitcoin as a DAO. But for what DAOs are touted as, Bitcoin is functioning as, although there is still a lot of work even with that. Even in Bitcoin, there's lots of things to figure out on how to optimize the governing structure of these blockchain ecosystems. So, with that all said, I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling now, but I'm happy to go into any kind of particular topics or questions that anybody has on any specific blockchain applications, perhaps. Or if I should just...
Cool. You mentioned a lot of experimentation on blockchain. What are some of the non-experimental applications that are providing practical value to businesses? Like if Blockspaces is working with a company to implement something that's practical for them, what does that look like?
Yeah. Fantastic question. So I would say Bitcoin is being used in practical ways for businesses, just at doing what it's doing. So recently we've seen Bitcoin be adopted by companies that are holding Bitcoin on as a treasury asset on their reserves. Blockspaces ourselves, we are doing this, but there are much larger companies like Tesla and MicroStrategy that are holding billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, just as a backstop for an inflating currency supply, which lately the US dollar has been inflated quite a bit in the past 12 to 18 months. So businesses really need to pay attention to how to protect their capital. And there's not many options right now. Not with bonds, not with holding it in your bank account. Interest rates are pretty much nothing. So how to, as the CEO of MicroStrategy says, who is Michael Saylor, he says you're sitting on a melted ice cube if you're just sitting on a bunch of cash. So in order to put that cash to work and manage that capital investment and the wealth, the purchasing power of that capital, you got to put it to work somewhere. And obviously the stock market has been doing fairly well over the last several years, but not so well lately. So you really have to have some kind of strategy. And so deploying capital to Bitcoin and keeping that value as a hedged asset is one of the ways it's being used in business. Now, for practical reasons, also the Lightning Network, as I mentioned, the layer 2, which takes Bitcoin and makes it super fast. So Bitcoin right now takes 10 minutes for a block of transactions to be added to the network or to be confirmed. So when you make a payment, it's not immediately confirmed. It's pretty safe with Bitcoin, but you're still not sure until a block until a transaction is actually confirmed in a block. It's not actually done yet. So what the Lightning Network solves is that problem. Because you basically can make it does instant finality, and the transaction fees are remote. They're subcents to make transactions, and you can make as many transactions. There's no throughput limitations on the Lightning Network as well. So you can do literally millions of transactions per second on the Lightning Network. So it's the fastest, cheapest way to transact right now on the internet, and it's working. So businesses are starting to use that. We're starting to help them with that. Now, as far as other applications of blockchain that have nothing to do with financial transactions, so you have other kinds of chains that are known as private chains. So public chains are ones that anybody has access to. It's kind of, it's open to the broader internet. But you have these other consortium-like chains where all the participants on these networks are more, localized or more centralized. And this is actually really popular amongst business or industry consortiums, where you have a particular industry that has a particular need that can be solved by blockchain. For instance, the supply chain systems of the world are in disarray right now. And it's because you have all these disparate silos of information and databases that don't interact with each other. They don't interoperate with each other. They can't really transact with each other easily. So you have a lot of friction in between all along the supply chain. And a lot of it actually in supply chain is not even digitized. So it's literally still paper. So it's causing lots of problems, specifically in today's post-COVID world. We've seen lots of disruption with supply chain systems, and where blockchain can solve for is creating an environment where you have a bunch of businesses on the same blockchain network, and that information of different products, or Walmart, for instance, is doing this at scale with their food trust network, which Walmart's putting produce and tracking their produce along a blockchain for the purposes of transparency and where their produce is from the time it's harvested all the way to the shelf, and also for compliance reasons, safety compliance reasons with the USDA. Where you have to provide records of, hey, this is condition of this product or produce, and it's met all the criteria, because some of these things, even in transport, you have to track. Specific produce has kind of like a tight band of allotted temperature that has to be maintained, or else it could go bad or cause some kind of health risk. A few of you might remember several years ago there was an issue with E. coli spreading in the lettuce, or it was found that there was E. coli in some lettuce. But because the supply chain doesn't have this mechanism to track all the way to the source of where that particular product came from, it shut down the entire lettuce industry for weeks until they could track where it came from. And it turned out it was just one bad batch in one farm, and it shut down the entire industry because there was no mechanism of tracing produce this way. But now with blockchain, and this was the impetus actually for Walmart really diving into this and utilizing blockchain in this specific way for their business, is now that they can track all their produce basically instantly, because it's all on a distributed ledger that they are constantly maintaining with their produce. It's not all their produce. It's a lot. It's just a few right now, but they have plans on expanding this program to be everything, because it's shown to increase the efficiency and scalability of their track and trace methods throughout the supply chain. And we're seeing this being adopted with shipping containment factories as well. They're tracking shipments on blockchains as well. So lots in the supply chain. Anything to do with supply chain, a lot is happening, and that's across several industries. That's just another use case application. I'll take another question.
That also is that built on blockchain? And if so, does those transactions that are happening much faster, is that by like batching transactions in one block, or can you, is that an easy, quick answer?
Okay, so your question is, how are they facilitating those transactions on that particular blockchain? Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay, so the blockchain they use is based on a framework called Hyperledger Fabric, which is being maintained by the Linux Foundation. So it's an open source platform, basically, that provides a blockchain. I would say a blockchain-like system, because it doesn't have there's no token involved with Hyperledger frameworks, but it still utilizes the distributed ledger functionality. And it's a different architecture than Bitcoin, but that's it's good for use cases like this, where businesses, they're not trying to launch a token. They're trying to leverage the underlying blockchain system to facilitate tracking inventory. So how those transactions are formulated, I wouldn't even know how to start describing that, but basically it functions just like an Ethereum transaction would, and you could do smart contracts on Hyperledger Fabric just like you do with Ethereum. So these all operate basically the same way, but in this case, it's adding particular metadata in the transaction hash that's put on the chain, so you can always refer back to the particular information of that product, and usually they're you put a QR code on the product, and you probably see this with some products today where you see QR codes. Not all of them have any kind of blockchain behind them, but some of them actually do. So it depends on what product it is, of course, but that QR code you can scan. It's tied to an application that's actually pinging the blockchain for the information that was put there during the shipping or manufacturing process. I hope that answered your question. Sorry, what was that? Somebody asked a question? Yeah. I'll take the next question. I see you with the mic, but I'm not hearing anything. Nothing yet. Okay, I see. Oh, Benjamin. Oh, I hear feedback.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
What's it say on the bottom of the
Yep.
mic? Or on the
I
side
can hear you now.
screen? Which one?
920.5
Ken?
5-0.
I got one.
I can hear you now in
Used to be able to
the
hear you.
room.
Yeah, check. My question's about governance. I think more specifically with a DAO entity and how is this completely uncharted territory, or are there can we look to existing structures of government and governance to build on top of and have sort of inspiration from that and find what works and what doesn't? Or is this because it's trustless and because it's completely new territory? I mean, are we in the weeds here and we just have to figure it out?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So as far as DAOs go, yeah, you can structure them pretty much any way. So you can definitely kind of replicate the representative democracy that we've kind of created here in the United States. I'm not sure you would want to. That's probably a different question. You could certainly do more of a direct democracy kind of formulation, but yeah, you can certainly orchestrate a DAO, in many different ways. So that's part of the experimentation that's happening now is how to formulate a DAO with a governing structure that is still distributed and decentralized. So no particular person or entity is in full control, but still functions, right? Like you have to have some kind of consensus model from a social perspective as well. So we have consensus mechanisms as far as blockchain systems themselves go in processing transactions, but DAOs extend that to a social environment.
Oh, you got me? A follow-up. Are there, I mean, your perspective on Bitcoin is interesting because I've never thought of it as a DAO, but are there other sort of successful social implementations of DAOs? Like I've seen them, but I don't know. Again, it's like filtering through a lot of potential, and I don't know if you're aware of any sort of more successful operating examples there. With respect to the government.
Yeah. There's not many that I've seen, working and functioning at scale. I guess one of the other chains that I think is quite notable at doing this is called Dash. They've been in existence for several years. So they've been running and functioning pretty well as far as their DAO structure is, as far as I know. I'm not super involved in that ecosystem, but from everything I've seen over the years, they seem to be functioning rather well. And they were one of the first formal DAO structures. So they've definitely figured out something at least interesting with their model. Great questions.
So really, any cryptocurrency is going to function like cash, and just like cash, potentially if you lose your password or your cold wallet, you could lose that cash. And we've seen stories in the press of someone who loses their hard drive and they lose access to millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. For companies that are holding Bitcoin as a treasury asset. How are they addressing that problem? Is it held on an exchange or what? And how would you, as a kind of an expert on this, how do you kind of hold your Bitcoin?
Yeah, fantastic question. So I mean, I can't speak for the other companies on what their strategy is on maintaining and the access and control of those assets specifically. But from what I understand, they do keep them on an offline storage, which is another interesting, unique kind of capability or feature of having digital assets, is that you can keep them on a device, or it doesn't even have to be a device. I mean, I actually have something right here. It's just a plastic card that has a key attached to it, and you actually can scratch off to reveal the private key for this particular wallet. I mean, I wouldn't recommend keeping a whole lot on something like that, but it's possible, right? And also there's these other kinds of devices that function as a key generator and almost like a safe. And this doesn't touch the internet, so it's totally offline. But you can send your funds to it, and now you have a physical item that you have to secure, which we're much more familiar as a species at this point in time. We're much more familiar with securing physical things than we are with digital things. Securing digital things is actually very difficult. So that's why devices like this were invented, to help kind of retain control and ownership of these digital assets in a way that is more familiar to how we secure things today. So I can throw this in a safe. I can deposit it in a bank safety vault. What have you. Whatever. You go back to physical security. You can even take a crypto wallet key and break it into pieces, and then distribute those amongst trusted family members or friends, or your family attorney, what have you, to where they can't, with their piece of the key, they can't spend anything. They don't have access to the funds. You have to bring together the pieces in order for anybody to be able to spend that at any given time. So there's different mechanisms now of where you can do that pretty easily through applications, even that do the key breaking part and managing the part. And there's even more sophisticated mechanisms that are being created through smart contracts. I know they're talking about this on Bitcoin with Bitcoin has these multi-signature wallets, where it takes 2 of 3 keys to sign off on a transaction. So again, not a single person is in control. And for Blockspaces, that we're securing our Bitcoin in that particular way. Great question, though. That's a very, very good question. Oh, you're muted. I can't hear anything.
No, you mentioned it basically is digital gold. So what would you do if you had a lot of gold bars? You could put it in a vault. So the whole physical security that you mentioned, quite analogous. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people don't think of the security, which is obviously very, very important with these things. You can get kind of reckless because it becomes so easy to use. Once you get the hang of how crypto works. And there's all kinds of like web wallets that are, or Chrome browser wallets that you can also use. So you're sending funds to your browser and retaining them there. Although since they're online, you have to consider that they are very much vulnerable to some kind of compromise, either a direct hack, or you just click on a link that you think is something, but it's actually like a spoof site that will that can gain access into that wallet. So a lot of education still needed with how to secure digital assets. A lot of people are still getting really taken by a lot of scams in terms of them faking sites to gain access to your wallets, phishing scams, lots of those things, which are kind of like traditional scamming methods, but applied to this space. Since there's a lot of activity going on, it's sometimes difficult to keep track of what's legitimate or not. So that's it. It's a huge concern. It's a big problem. Another reason to not divest all of your money into a lot of these experiments, because it gets you down rabbit holes and that could get you in trouble. All right, I see I see a question on our chat from Benjamin. Thanks, Ben. How can we bring tax collectors to speed on Bitcoin payments after the governor said we can pay taxes with Bitcoin? Yeah, great question. And this is something that we're actually working on, is integrating Bitcoin payments with traditional financial applications like QuickBooks. Right now, QuickBooks doesn't know how to recognize a Bitcoin payment, especially for businesses, for invoice purposes. When we invoice, we would love to accept Bitcoin, but it becomes a hassle to manually reconcile the payments with the invoice in a way that's just not automated. So we're actually working on a integration that will enable that. So once you can, you're going to be able to track this stuff, and it's very trackable. A blockchain is like I said, distributed network. All the transactions, specifically on Bitcoin, all the transactions are on the public ledger, so you always have a historical record of your transactions. But the particulars on how the government wants to see those transactions, you have to know at the time of the transaction what the U.S. Trading value was at that particular time, and then depending on your capital gains, that also has to be tracked in U.S. dollar value. So it becomes an accounting nightmare, basically, tracking all of the transactions and when they were made and how much they were worth at the time and what was the gain or loss, because these are taxed as from an IRS perspective. Bitcoin is property, so you are taxed as on capital gains tax. So depending on if you have short term or long term, that changes the amount of taxes that is owed, and it's on you to track all that and report all that. So there are systems that enable that to happen much easier, that have been built as of late, and even the IRS. You guys probably saw on the tax form this year that they have a specific call out towards digital assets, or I forget how they put it, but virtual currencies or digital assets. I don't, however they said it, but the IRS is very much on top of this and tracking these things and building systems to track them even better. And since there's a historical record, they can always go back and see if you, paid what you should have paid. So, but as far as bridging the gap there between the tax collectors, I think eventually we'll have systems that automate that process. By and large, like I said, a lot of those are being built today or and coming out or coming to the fore. So that has been extremely helpful that I've seen over the last few years. Great question, Ben. Any other questions? I have a few more minutes, it looks like. So,
Well, Gabe, we really appreciate you taking some time. I know that you guys have a lot going on and wanted to make sure we sympathize with you on that loss in your family. So thank you so much for joining us this weekend. If you need anything from us, just let us know. But I want to, as we approach the end of this, give you a moment or two to just share any last thoughts and make sure that we thank you for being here.
awesome. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here. I wish could have been in person. Unfortunately, the circumstances didn't allow for that. But I would say if I would encourage people that are interested in learning more to visit sailor.org or hope.com, actually. Hope.com, believe it or not, has a lot of information on Bitcoin and the interworkings, a lot of books, including my own book, Thank God for Bitcoin. If you're interested in Bitcoin from a Judeo-Christian perspective, that is what that book talks about. Not a lot of investment advice as far as a lot of these books go. It's more understanding the reason why Bitcoin specifically is so important to understand. And understanding Bitcoin, you can extrapolate a lot of the concepts and technical applications to a variety of these other blockchain solutions as well. So I would stay curious. There's a lot to learn, so it can be intimidating sometimes, but I fully believe that this is the future of how we're going to transact, period, with everything, from business to retail, across the board. It's all going to be digital assets. So knowing and understanding how to operate these things, how to secure them properly, using digital wallets on your device, understanding how to back up your keys. These are foreign concepts. So understanding these new concepts and how they work and how you can work with them really starts you down a good solid path of being ahead of the curve. I commend all of you that are here listening today that you are at least interested enough to try to understand this now. I would encourage you to dig deeper. There's, like I said, a lot to learn. And trust me, I know it could be very intimidating. So I encourage you to join a local meetup group as well, which could be a really great resource to talk with others that understand this stuff more than you, and you can share information and learn from them as well. That's why I started my meetup group, and it's continued to grow to this day. So, I would just really encourage to invest. Or don't look at this as an investment opportunity. It's not. It's a revolution. So, and if you think you're going to get rich quick, I would highly discourage you from that, because you could end up in one of these Luna situations where you think you are rich until you're broke, because you divested way too much money into something that you didn't understand. So invest in your knowledge first and foremost, so you understand the importance of what's happening here, and not just as a means of making a quick buck, because a lot of the times, you know, you're likely to get taken from than you are to strike it rich. So just word to the wise, you got to be very, very, very cautious with where you're putting your money, and if you don't understand it, don't do that. Definitely never invest more than you're willing to lose. Again, these are all very much experiments, and Bitcoin's really the thing that's been running the longest and has proven time and time again to be very stable in terms of its functionality and what it does, and not there's no rug pull for Bitcoin that can happen. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me, and good luck.
Well, thank you, Gabe, for joining us. We do truly appreciate it. For all of those online and in person, we will be having a brief break, so feel free to get some refreshments and join us back here at 11 a.m. We're going to have a panel discussion with some incredible speakers, and we look forward to seeing you there.
That's the value to this technology, is being able to kind of do whatever we want, whenever we want, however we want. We have 38 machines. This is just one of the smaller ones that I can take around places. And, you know, I've obtained some accessories in the past couple of years. I'm bad back now. And even to the extent of the cane handles 3D printed, because cane handles suck. This one sucks quite a bit less, because it is designed specifically to fit my hand in only one direction. If I put my hand like this, it causes pronation of my arm. When I go this way, I am straight. And so when I put pressure on it, I'm not hurting my wrist. I'm transferring the weight down through, rather than into the bones and the muscles in my arm and my wrist. If my back already hurts, I don't need my arm to hurt too, right? So.
None of the local, I haven't seen anything about a local 3D printing folk here today. Because we've got Innovation Hub at FSU, which has a really big, robust 3D printing lab. And we've got a prosthetics expert in town who was out of SEC's Innovation Hub. I don't know where he's working at.
We're in Tampa, so the only people that I know is making awesome. So I let them know I was going to be in town, and I said, just tell everybody that we're going to be here. Tomorrow at some point. Please, whether it's today, tomorrow, we're in Aloft, and I'll have all the equipment there. So if they want to come up for a scan or something in a hotel room, that's not the weirdest thing I've ever done. Or, you know, honestly, I'll go do it down in the lobby, because I bet they find it really freaking cool. They're the kind of hotels that find everything cool. But we're gonna go. I'm gonna be trying at some point to take the LiDAR scanners from Capital and scan the Capital.
Yeah.
Because the scanner, the LiDAR, the big one, can do 110 meter radius.
Okay.
At 270 degrees. So it's a dual axis spin.
Mm-hmm.
So the lens will spin and then the entire unit spins.
Okay.
So you're able to capture 110 meters as a radius from that scanner.
What's it over? What time footprint? Or
Depends on how accurate and how high you get. So I'm going to turn everything to 11, and it's going to take about 33 minutes, 360 degrees scan. And it will capture everything for 360 plus feet around us, which is so stupid. So if I go put it in the middle of the Seminoles football stadium.
Hey guys, just to interrupt real quick, we are live.
Yeah.
So just don't make the conversations too personal.
No, we're good.
Okay, everyone can hear you, so it's
Yeah.
okay.
No,
You
we're
guys can
cool.
talk. I just don't want you to.
Hello, everybody. I knew we were live.
Okay, alright.
All right.
We weren't sure if you guys knew. I didn't know where the conversations were gonna lead, you know.
I don't talk about those weird things, you know,
Okay.
people. The weird things that we've 3D printed over the years.
Yeah, alright.
It's totally jammed. I'm gonna keep the same setting. But yeah, it's still. I'm using my toolkit. I'm gonna need my toolkit. Just that. Gotta get some first. That's really my thing. Bigger next. No, it's not. That was where it starts. Huh?
I'll have to go to your car.
Here. Trunk. How many numbers here?
There's another one over there.
Huh?
There's another one over there.
Yep. Maybe into the hunter. And do it as a hard thing.
Hi, my name is David August Canuck, and I'm the president of Canuck Consulting and Media, and I recently started cyberandprivacy.com along with Dr. Matt McCarville. Today, we're going to be talking about what the blockchain means to me. And I know there were other speakers who kind of couldn't make it at the last minute, and Robert Blackledge and I had lunch today. He said, "Do you think you could come in and fill in this panel?" I said, "I'm not really an expert on blockchain." And then over the course of this lunch, I realized Robert actually is an expert on blockchain. So I said, I'll moderate the panel and I'll ask you questions. So a little bit about my background. I've been a technology lawyer for over 20 years. Worked at the Federal Communications Commission, some large law firms, and also one very large internet company who I also still do consulting for. And now we're kind of getting into cybersecurity, Matt and I. And we also have a mass market product that I'm developing, and we've created a TV commercial that I'm very proud of, and we're going to be that'll be available on LinkedIn and on the internet and on local TV relatively soon. But we're still just kind of working on the back end part of it, how we sign up customers once we put this commercial on the air. So without further ado, Matt, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, very nice to see everybody. And so my background is a wide background of government, private, and public consulting. Most recently, I was the vice president of government data strategy in the education-facing vertical for an international consulting company that does a lot of Salesforce, AWS, GCP, and artificial intelligence. I was the state of Florida chief data officer, and I was also the chief data officer for University of Florida and a data analytics professor. Spent some time at PricewaterhouseCoopers and in the railroad industry, in the finance and hedge fund industry as well. My doctorate's in artificial intelligence and 3 masters in strategy, finance, and software development. So I still teach at multiple universities right now around. And I started Optimized Consulting a few years ago with robotic process automation, AI consulting, data strategy, and business process reengineering, and then cyber and privacy. And I'm the David is running the mass market version, and I'm targeting the education and public sector with a tiered subscription offering of cybersecurity and incident response with the ability to do staff augmentation and virtual CISO and chief privacy officer roles for organizations.
And in my contacts, I have Matt listed as highly credentialed genius. I mean, the depth of his experience is just beyond compare. So I feel very lucky that we have you here to talk about this. And Robert, I would say that you probably need no introduction since we're in your Domi Station, that you're the executive director. But tell us a little bit about yourself that you perhaps have not already said on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the perspective of blockchain, I actually got introduced to it back in 2015 while I was working on my undergraduate degree. Since then, I acquired an MBA and an MS/MIS and stayed on top of the technology as it developed through time. I actually lost a ton of money in the first bubble pop and then made it all back in the second boom. That was incredible. And so when the blockchain cryptocurrency kicked back off, it really just piqued my interest, and I got involved in it. I kind of stayed adjacent to the technology as I was working on machine learning technologies for one of my companies. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm kind of that first adopter individual, and so I love getting into the meat of new technology and what it means for the applications of possibility.
Excellent. And for both of you, how would you define? Let's kind of start out with how you would define what is the blockchain, or what is blockchain technology?
Yeah, so I think for me, it's pretty simple. It's a transparent ledger that is backed up through a decentralized computer algorithms. And basically what that means is that anyone can look and see what has happened on that line of transactions. And that creates a lot of potential, as previously you couldn't see a lot of the actions that were happening as a movie. Money is a good example, as it transfers from you, the different hands that touch it before it gets to your bank and back, to whoever's been sending that money to.
And I'll take a different stab at this from a non-financial angle, because I think it gets mixed in with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin a lot, right? I've even heard people use them just as substitutes, and they're very different. Like the blockchain technology can be applied to many different aspects. And so, for example, my wife is in HR, and she was the director of HR for the state of Florida when COVID hit, and I was state chief data officer. We had to actually use blockchain in a bunch of financial, because we had people using personal endpoints at home with unprotected Wi-Fi. Cybersecurity was, let's just not talk about it. All of a sudden, overnight, hundreds of thousands of people that work for the government part-time and full-time. Now, from an HR perspective, blockchain can be used for a lot of different things, and it's not even financial. It can be financial, but you have so many people applications in the government sector for that, in definitions of just encrypted chains of different events, and being able to see those in public and private networks makes it a lot easier to exchange things with, let's just call it a flare of cybersecurity added to it. So.
Absolutely, and I'm almost assuming that if you're here on a beautiful spring Saturday in Tallahassee at 11 a.m., you probably know already that blockchain and crypto are different. But if there's one thing that I hope everyone will take away today, if you don't know that just blockchain is a technology that underlies a lot of applications, and it is distinct from cryptocurrency. But going back to the application that people know the most about is crypto. As a lawyer, on the topic of what blockchain means to me, the idea of smart contracts is something that, it's in its infancy, but it's something that I think all lawyers are going to need to know about. As a cybersecurity executive, blockchain can be used in security. But as a consumer, in terms of how blockchain is underlying cryptocurrency, we kind of saw with the last speaker, you have this issue of how to store it. So for Robert, how are people addressing the issue of what happens if I forget my password, and how is having a cold wallet any different than, having a big stack of cash like under your mattress in your bed?
Sure, I think it's just the same as forgetting the password to your phone or your laptop. There's not a lot that you can do to get access to it if you lost it. And there have been millions of dollars lost due to the death of an individual who had access to it, or different examples of people forgetting. And it works the other way around. If you don't write it down, no one can hack it. It's really hard to figure out what that hash phrase is to get into it. So there are examples of people who have stolen cryptocurrency from others or used computers to mine it and then went to jail, but never gave up the cryptocurrency. So they still have access to it because they didn't write it down, they memorized the code, and they're the only individual that can access that sort of cash. The other side of it is if you're in cold storage, it is like holding a brick of gold and someone can take it from you. The difference is they can't access it. They can't go trade that brick of gold for somebody else. So there's a level of security that exists even in the cold storage of cryptocurrency that is not there in actual assets that can be traded to the physical aspects.
And for folks who don't know, just what are some examples of cold storage?
Yeah, so an example of hot storage or online is Coinbase, right? You don't own it. The keys are technically in the hands of Coinbase itself, and they're giving you a representation of an asset that they truly hold. Something more along the lines of MetaMask, or there are actual physical devices that you can send crypto to. Those are cold storage. They're offline. People don't have access to it. You're the only one that can gain entry into it. It's even if you own the keys, if it's online, you're still susceptible to hacks. A good example of this is MetaMask had the hash phrase backed up in the iCloud. So if you have MetaMask on your phone and you back the hash phrase up to the cloud is susceptible to hack. And there were millions of dollars that were stolen, close to $1 million, that was stolen because this seed phrase was stored digitally. And so that's what cold storage means, is that it's not online. There is no access to it. It's a physical device that you can hold and put your assets into.
And just a reminder, because I have to tell my wife this, don't use your dog's name.
So we've talked about cold storage, and then you just described kind of hot storage, which is something basically having it on the internet. So if having crypto is just like having physical cash, so it's really not that much different than having it under your mattress, other than you have to secure the physical asset in some way. How is the hot storage or having your crypto with an exchange, how is that different than just putting money in a bank?
I think the number of hands that touch it between the individuals that are transactioning is one of the key aspects of it. You are going through the exchange, and then there's one, maybe two passes. You're paying whoever's running the algorithm to document that transaction, and you may pay a fee to the exchange itself. But it's two, where right now in traditional cash, there's 3 or 4 layers. You have your bank, you have the middleman, you have the other person's bank, and then the individual. So there's at least several individuals behind that. And it's been built over centuries to build a layer of everybody takes a piece along the way, right? And so 3% is kind of the average credit card processing rate. It doesn't all go to Visa or MasterCard. They are paying the banks a part of that. They're taking a part of that. There's probably another middleman somewhere that's taking a part of it. And so there's layers of loss. You're losing money, or someone's paying for it, right? It's coming out of the company who you're paying. Where with crypto, for fractions of a cent, there's some technologies on the finance side that for a fraction of a cent, you can send money around the world instantaneously. That's powerful, that is disruptive, and that's what we're talking about when it comes to the power of cryptocurrency, and ultimately blockchain, because that's the technology it's built on top
I've used an example because teaching this kind of concept, you get a lot of people from different disciplines who have a hard time with the technology behind it, right? They don't understand exchange, they don't understand the integrations. If you think of how Tesla is changing the automotive industry, that you purchase a vehicle, where they're taking away those 4 or 5 layers of a dealer who actually deals with Ford, and Ford sends them inventory, and the dealer hires salespeople, and then you deal with a salesperson, and there's 5 layers of all people getting paid by the time you actually buy a car. But Tesla's disrupted that with a direct-to-consumer model where you're paying one transaction fee to direct from the person that built, or the company that built the asset you're purchasing. It's a very similar concept. So if you can wrap your head around how Tesla's disrupting that industry that's been very entrenched in multiple layers of financial transactions along the way to the end consumer, this is a very similar concept.
And when you think about it, if you're using the hot storage, I mean, there's no FDIC insurance for your money, but you have the kind of the inherent security that's part of the blockchain.
And you can buy insurance.
You can
There are insurance
Very
companies that will sell you insurance for your crypto assets. So there are layers of protection. It's not the federal government, but there is insurance.
I think that's called lawyer to the lawyer.
and you're not getting interest on your Bitcoin, but if you bought it at, when it was $100 in 2018, as Gabe was saying, and it's at $30,000 today, that's certainly better than what you would get at a bank, which interest rates I think are, it's measured in pennies, the interest you're getting. So Matt, what are some of the other applications for blockchain technology other than cryptocurrency? And also, kind of more specifically, how are state governments and universities starting to use blockchain technology?
So I worked internationally for the last couple of years in public sector and in education. And even in our own backyard in Florida, we're seeing innovations in blockchain and digital credential wallets for students. Let's talk about how behind the state workforce was in their employment skills. And the percentage of those people who had been there 20, 30 years waiting for their pension years, and they're ready to exit, and the government is about to be dumped 20,000 people that they need to replace with modern skills or reskill the people already there. Now you've got digital credentials that we can do micro credentials with, we can bring in MOOCs, we can bring in all sorts of different subcontractors that can allow them to bring in different things using blockchain as that transaction at its core to link all of these together so that the state has information that is secure and modernized. You also have an ability on the education side to pay. Miami-Dade College was one of my biggest customers the last few years in all sorts of different AI and blockchain technologies. They're using blockchain and crypto to now pay tuition. I mean, the mayor of Miami, say whatever you want about him, but he also has pioneered in state government and local government where the employees can get their salaries in cryptocurrency. Now, in Miami, they also have a gigantic sign next to a McDonald's that says, "Hey, Bitcoin bros, if you hit this last cycle, we're hiring." So it's a catch-22. They're also running jokes about the Bitcoin and crypto thing as well. But it is funny to see how they're allowing government employees, who are typically the most reserved class of innovation in the world, to accept salary and pension and benefits in a cryptocurrency. And it's really interesting to see how blockchain is integrating into the education and public sectors in 100 different ways. I mean, there's 100 different examples in HR alone that make all these things in HR. I mean, smart contracts, like you mentioned, huge. Data sharing agreements between different institutes, different state agencies are one of the biggest things I had to work on as state chief data officer. That was backed in smart contracts. There's so many different applications in public and education sector. You're not even talking about teaching students the modern applications. You're talking about the institutions level.
Correct. Well, what would be some of the ones that teachers, when you talk about teaching students, what would some of those, I know when we were working, kind of preparing for this panel, Matt indicated we could spend, just spend the entire hour just talking about this. What, you mentioned some of the ones that teaching students about this.
So I think what we have, I mean, you're in the startup world, And that is bleeding edge tech, right? That's getting to market before the market has a mass player in it. And one of the things with students that you see a lot of right now is they want to be bleeding edge. You still have universities teaching programming languages that nobody needs anymore. Let's just stop there. COBOL, I was going to say that. In as much as you can push them to the newer, I mean, even trying to get them to do Python is hard. But teaching them bleeding edge technology in a classroom, that's groundbreaking in education. And if you start even asking students, once they understand the concept of blockchain, they start whittling off hundreds of things based on their experiences as an individual that could be improved by that technology. And as an instructor, as an educator, it's my job to push them further to go, hey, go talk to Robert, because he can help you figure out how to fund this idea. Like, this is worth exploring. The small business sector is where that leading edge technology is going to get pushed out and maybe acquired by the big boys like AWS or something, or Google, but that's how things get to mass market. And those bleeding edge technologies come from people's amazing ideas. And if I can be part of two concepts that went from somebody's brain moment to, hey, that would be cool, into a funded technology using blockchain to make different applications, and I don't even tell them what to do with it. I want them to understand how it can be used, and then they come up with the ideas.
Well, at least practically for my own benefit, I have two 18-year-old twins who are getting ready to start college next year. What should they be studying? How do they learn about blockchain technology? Where to start?
I think so. edX, all these MOOCs, right? I mean, you've got heavy players. I mean, edX was started by Harvard, right, and MIT. So you've got a lot of micro credentials, and you've got a lot of bleeding edge technology being taught online right now that your students or your kids can get a certificate from. And I think that's the groundbreaker, especially in education or employment. They can start 100 MOOCs, and I think the MOOC finish rate is like 1%. Just people start them, they all think it's a great idea, and then you see the work involved, and you just ditch it because you barely pay.
Oh yeah, just
sorry. It's a massive open content course. So you're looking at, if you go to edX and you sign up for Harvard Computer Science 150, it costs you, I think, $30 or $50 or something. So the entry cost is minimal, and nobody's there holding your hand. Now, you get the assignments, you have a deadline, you have a schedule, but nobody's there like in a traditional classroom structure to push you, to say, hey, you're gonna fail this class. There's no academic credentials behind it. So the certificates become that value. And I taught with micro-credentials in my classes for data analytics and AI, because for me, it's about the employability of that individual. If they come out of my class and all they know is theory, they're gonna walk into a job market and get annihilated. But if they know these micro-credentials, these tech, if they know platforms like Alteryx and they know analytical platforms and they can do Python, and they were taking Anaconda classes on how to integrate all these things together, you now have applicable job skills in order to understand the tech behind how all these things transact.
So I can even get my 18-year-old started, in the next 3 months that they have off before they start.
You just want to probably make sure you know the schedule of the MOOC, so he's not the 1% that doesn't finish.
That makes sense. Well, do we have, and what are some of the implications for use of blockchain in security or cybersecurity?
I think the power of blockchain is ultimately the transparency of it and the ability to encrypt that transparency. So you can decide who has access to the data that's stored into it. It's encrypted at an incredible hash rate, which you would take a quantum computer to break at this point. Not saying that we're not on the way to that, but at least for the immediate future, you're safe. And that allows for a record of transactions and activities. So most businesses are transactions. And so you know who did what at what point for who, or who's committed to do what at what point. That's essentially what a company does and how it works. So this technology, I think, what Gabe said earlier about Walmart is a great example of it. Never before, down to a specific farm, could they tell you where the problem was. There's a chain of custody that is kept internally. And so I don't remember him going into super detail, but they have an isolated ring, which means they have agents who are the nodes. And if I lose you guys, let me know, but a node processes the transactions. And so Walmart went to all of its vendors and said, you are going to be a trusted node and you are going to document if you want to do business with us. And what that allowed them to do is react almost instantaneously when they had an issue. They knew exactly where it was, what else was created at the same time, how long, what was the postcode. It's all cataloged, located, and isolated to their company. And what that does is if you're doing business with multiple companies globally, you can operate within the global web with a level of security that has been unprecedented. It's beyond government security level of security. So that's very powerful if you're trying to communicate across long distances with multiple players and have a track record. It helps to revolutionize that flow of materials across the organization.
I absolutely agree. And I'd even take a step back and simplify, because I think even being state chief data officer, working with our state CISO, people have 1,000 variations of the definition of cybersecurity. And if you think about it at its core, it's computer network information that you want to keep secured and protected. And how do you do it? And there are 1,000 ways to do it. The ability to get this quantum encryption that he just referred to is unprecedented, like you said. And at some point, we'll run into a supercomputer that cracks it, I'm sure. But right now, it is one of the most secure ways to have a complicated ecosystem of transactions. And that's the simplicity of it. You can use it for whatever transactions you want, whether it's Target online, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whether it's all your personal information, including your social security number and your pay stubs, because now you're seeing pay stub companies using blockchain, because when people download their W-2s, their W-4s, their last 4 pay stubs to buy a car or a house, that information can actually be intercepted even through your Wi-Fi networks on the download. And some of those documents have your social security number and all your pay, your address. You can get your identity hacked with that one download. And so its ability to encrypt at the quantum level makes it so much more secure at its base. And if you keep it at that level, you stay out of the complications of node quantum calculations and going into distributed computing and all of the things that make it work. You just understand the simplicity of why you need it.
That is remarkable, and I'm glad that we're live streaming this, and it's actually being recorded. This, I would be taking notes because this is fascinating. Do we have any questions from the audience, whether online or in person? Yes.
I agree. FCC, and I think the approach with blockchain is wrong. All of it. The real future of blockchain is the problem with blockchain is really simple. Everything's going through a wire. Everything's going through the internet and key tab. The future with blockchain is in software-defined radio. And it's using blockchain over the airwaves, right? And when you look at FCC, Google, the AM, FM, shortwave radio, and then the blockchain over the radio waves is harder to attack. It's harder to detect. And it makes utilization of unutilized bandwidth and frequency that the FCC sort of doesn't know what to do with right now. And there's so little effort being taken. Now, I'm not looking for like an immediate answer. I'm just like kind of throwing it out there that maybe the future for blockchain is actually over the radio waves as opposed to the traditional wires. That's all. I'm just throwing it out there.
This one. You get it. So I served in the military for 6 years, and my AFIC was satellite communications and spectrum management. So I'm fairly adaptive in this area. Radio waves are slower than light. And so when we talk about speed and network connectivity, there's a couple things that are capable of kind of increasing the speed, but only until we develop a full fiber network. And we're getting really close. There is a global fiber network as it exists, but it's not always to the endpoint. For example, right now in this space at Domi, we have a gig up and a gig down on a fiber node, which means your access speed is blazing fast. When you go to radio waves, that is a slower signal. You're slowing down the waves that are being sent out into the airs, and it's interceptable. There's a lot that goes into that. But for technology in the future, I don't know if wireless, I mean, 5G, what that is a high energy pulse, but it's limited. It gets blocked by concrete, it gets blocked by a lot of different things. And it's close to the speed of light because it's a really fast, small little signal, but it has a lot of limitations. So I don't know if we're gonna ever see technology, I think IoT is gonna test that, right? It's gonna push that limit because all those devices are wireless and they're gonna test the bandwidth capabilities of wireless. If we can figure out IoT, there's real potential to leverage blockchain to isolate those devices with security. So there's potential there, but I think what we'll see first is a more robust fiber network to homes, to individual offices that will activate the local wireless
It still
network.
can be tapped, though. That's the problem. The problem is that when you use a hard wire and you use an IP versus using the radio waves, it can still be tapped.
Yeah, I mean,
The tapping problem that you're really not addressing, because what you did, you talked about, in my AFSC also in the military was also, radio waves. I was a ground radio technician. We were graduate school. So anyway, as far as the speed part, blockchain is kind of slow already as well. But when you take and you use blockchain over the radio waves and you create a spectrum of different spots where the blockchain signal can be transmitted, i.e., if I'm in the government of Venezuela and I agree with Cuba to do blockchain over a particular frequency as opposed to a tappable, NSA tappable signal, you will not know what that frequency is and it becomes a little harder to detect. That's all.
I think the innate security of blockchain leads to that, no matter what medium you're transmitting that information.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is not commonly known, I actually worked at the FCC and also worked for large communications companies. But when you look up at your cell towers, I mean, those cell towers are communicating with your phone, which is, in some ways it's just a radio. It's doing that wirelessly. But once it gets to the cell tower, then that's what's called backhaul, and it's all a wire network. So once it gets to the cell tower, all of your wireless traffic is actually going over wires.
A little bit off base, but have you heard of the theory of the Winnebago?
I actually have to say I have not.
So essentially, the theory is that you'll never be able to build a network that's faster than what you can send data via Winnebago to across the country, because the size of data storage shrinks so exponentially that the speed of bandwidth of the technology to get there cannot compete. And so it's all about infrastructure and developing the technologies that allow for more and more massive bandwidth across it. And, I mean, it's an interesting concept, but I think blockchain is well suited to secure that.
I mean, this is a resource that we used to fight over, was the actual spectrum. So you're saying, okay, say if you're right, again, what do we now do with all this extra spectrum out there if we don't start to address it with novelty and innovation?
I don't know how much extra spectrum really is out there, because there's, the FCC controls the spectrum, and they've had a lot of auctions. So there used to be something called spectrum warehousing. For instance, there was a frequency 39 gigahertz that, there was no technology that could use it. So a guy who was a lawyer in Washington, he filed licenses for all 39 gigahertz, and they ended up becoming very valuable. But I believe the FCC he wasn't able to kind of reap that windfall. But the FCC, for the most part, does a pretty good job of managing the spectrum. So lately we've seen a plunge in the value of cryptocurrencies. And again, we talked about how blockchain and crypto is different. But What do you make of the recent plunge in Ethereum and Bitcoin? It went down from, I guess, a high of 60 grand back in November of 2021 to, I think this morning it was at 30 grand. But what do you make of that?
I'll just jump on that by saying that like all unbacked currencies, it has the fluctuation of market demand. Whether it's the US dollar, because we can print it, or whether it's the mining of Bitcoin, because theoretically it is unlimited with compute power. Now, you have, it is controlled, Bitcoin, but you have the ability of people like Elon Musk to send one tweet. In certain cryptocurrencies can go spike or totally bottom out based on social media. And that's an effect of market demand, right? I used to teach econometrics in economics, and one of the things that it's at its simplicity, crypto is just as vulnerable to ups and downs as every other unbacked currency. Since we went off the gold standard and actually had a reason why our money was worth something, it's market demand and people's literal ability or want and desire to use that for a certain value of transaction. It's perceived value. So it's not like an outlier. It's really the same as all the other transactions that we use other currency for. It's much more vulnerable to market fluctuations because of things like social media and because of our current technologies that we all look at. And in one tweet, you can also go to your phone and make one transaction, and the response time between those different events is so small that you see a lot of market fluctuation up and down. And I think that's just going to be the way it always is. It's never going to be the most stable currency, but that's also not how everybody made millions of dollars in Bitcoin too, right? You bought it low when it came out and try to cash it out high before you hit the second bottom out. So I think that's a decent explanation of trying to understand it in relativity to other currency models.
And I think the key word there is speculation.
Yes.
Right? It's a speculative market, which means it's impacted by people's feelings. And there's a couple key things. 48 hours, we dropped 40% in 24 hours or less. And that was manipulation of the market. And so one of the powerful things about cryptocurrency as it stands is we can identify the players. Where in the stock market, which is similar, you don't know who's pushing the buttons and pulling the levers. 90% of the time they can hide it or mask it or judge it. The Fed plays with the levers of the US dollar. Fiat is being adjusted. It's just a much larger pool, so it sloshes slower. We're talking about millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in some of these buckets compared to trillions of dollars. So you have sloshes much more intense because there's less in the pool. But at the same time, the speed is the benefit, right? That's the technology. The power of the technology is the release of those restrictions and those brackets of it. But at the same time, it is straight up the Wild Wild West. There's not a lot of regulation. You have, like, Coinbase is the Western town. It's not New York yet. Like, that's what we're dealing at here. And there's still cops and robbers. But the cool thing is that the cops are empowered with the ledger and they know who the players are. I mean, there's early forensic coming out on what happened recently. It looks like it's Citadel and BlackRock. Those $100 million into the market now. It's a plunge, right? And so you see all the slush. The cool thing though is in 2017, it was $1,500 for a Bitcoin. Today it's $28,000. We're bottom at the worst part. Like, this was hands down an intentional dip in the market, and the lowest they could do was drop 40% to $30,000. Like, there's some resiliency in that marketplace that exists because of the couple of blockers. It's limited. There's no one that can say block crypto, not blockchain, but Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a limited number of assets, period. And will only ever have a limited number of assets, period. That's like gold. There's only a limited amount of quantity. And if you assign an asset value to gold, it will go up over time because there's only so much gold that could ever be mined. Now, if you go to space and grab an asteroid full of gold, that throws the whole marketplace up because it devalues the gold. That's kind of what happened. Somebody went and grabbed an asteroid and threw it at Luna, and Luna blew up. Those are the kind of complex things that are happening in the marketplace. But what's powerful is we see it. We see where it's coming from. We know who did it. We can call them out on it. We can make changes to make it so that it doesn't happen in the future. So this is now the time when the technology is still very new, it's still very fluid, to put these safeguards in place. And there's one or two things that are going to happen. The federal government's going to come in and step in and put those regulations in place. And they are already making moves to do that. They're adopting ISO 222, which will essentially help to start federalize some of this marketplace when it comes to digital currency. But at the same time, there's opportunity for the marketplace to do that.
Yeah, the transaction audit trail, I think that is the differentiator, and it is about as close to another gold-backed currency as you could get because of its finite supply. Absolutely. And it's interesting to see how now the federal regulation stepping in, because we could all say that the stock market is federally regulated. But we all know market manipulation in that is just as easy for a lot of the big players too. So it's not that it's so different from our current stock market that is perceived value of another asset as well.
Yeah, and when you think about paper money, which hardly anyone is even using anymore, I mean, your paper dollar has no inherent intrinsic value, and it's just based on the government backing it. So it really is, all money is kind of, but if you look at the Bitcoin itself, I mean, to actually have it mined took some effort, and so there's a store of value there. Do we have any questions from?
I thought you were going to ask the question. What if the feds decide to create the stable coin? What if they intervene and they say, okay, Luna was a disaster, the Terra USDT whole thing was a disaster. And what if the Fed step forward and says, and this is just a hypothetical, right? And they said, the Federal Reserve says we're going to create the stable coin for cryptocurrency. What are your thoughts on that?
So the question was, what happens if the Fed does step in and create a stable coin?
Yes.
So it just depends, right? There are more stable coins than Luna that aren't pegged to a stock. I mean, a true US dollar is a stored fiat dollar asset. They're not fluctuating asset. They were giving, I think, something like 20% interest on Luna, compounded daily. And so it's a new technology, and people are trying experiments to game the system a little bit to make money. And when you do that, it's risky. You're doing high risk activity, and it only works when the market continues to trend upwards. A lot of these deals, so it creates that. I mean, the Fed could step in at any time, and then it would just depend on adoption. The one thing about blockchain and cryptocurrency is it's us. We decide if we want to put our money on that stable coin or if we want to stay out in the wild, wild west. I think we need those. I think it's important to have those kinds of assets in that ecosystem. They do exist. This is a really good example.
I mean, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
So having worked in hedge funds as a quantitative analyst, I would equate stablecoin to anybody buying gold. How many of you actually own gold? I'm not talking about gold shares, not gold mining shares. You have gold sitting in your safe at your house. Okay, but it is a rare few who still go to something that has its value so stable that it cannot mentally be taken from you. Because we go to a zombie land, gold still has value, right? That is something where I think stablecoin is going to be that very small player. It's going to be a niche player. It's going to be for pension funds. It's going to that want to say they're in a cryptocurrency, but they really aren't because it's the government stablecoin. It's going to be the goal of cryptocurrency. It's not going to be where all of us go and play because, like you said, it's all market demand. So it's going to be the baby boomers, the pensioners, the people who are risk averse. It's going to be stable, but it's also not going to be as lucrative. It's not going to be Luna. So in and of itself, does it have a place in the market? Yes. Is it the place in the market for everybody? No.
And I think in terms of the
the recent loss of value, I mean, a lot of that could have just been a result of the tightening by the Fed and the overall, it's to the extent a lot of people see cryptocurrencies as an investment, as you see tightening in the money supply, a lot of people were just kind of consolidating and they're selling investments they had, including stocks, and I guess cryptocurrency would fall into that same boat. We're getting, do we have any past time? Yes. Oh,
I have a
we're
quick
past
question
time. Okay.
for a lawyer. In regards to smart contracts,
Yes.
if all the members of the day are operating and agree to the terms in that smart contract, where does the existing law come into play? And where does jurisdiction of like current government come into play?
So the question is, where does current law come into play when it comes to DAOs?
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that is really evolving. So, and again, I mean, my area of expertise is technology law, and I was an in-court lawyer, so I would go into court and just did a lot of work just helping big companies with litigation. So contract law is not really my specialty, but I think to the extent I can answer that question, it really is evolving because these are products that are just brand new. So it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. I don't think there is a lot of law on it right now. So I didn't realize that we were actually over time. Okay.
It's okay. It's all really good.
And well, I truly appreciate you all coming and joining us today, and everyone who joined us in person and virtually. We are currently doing NFT stands if that's something you're interested, if you want to bring yourself into the metaverse. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with, what?
Oh,
we have 15 minutes?
Oh, we're not over time. Okay.
Well, we can do
Then
questions.
in that case, well, let's hear some closing thoughts.
So I think for me, what is really interesting with blockchain is it sits in this really new Venn diagram of old and new technologies and the ability to replace and almost replicate the current processes that exist today with a modern technology. And what that does, and I think where we're really seeing the cool innovation, is the overlap of old and new technology. The gaming industry is booming. For the first time, you can play an A-list game and own the assets that you secure from a battle or that you sell to a trader. There have been marketplaces in games before. Diablo is a really good example if you want to see how it's been implemented. But this isn't guaranteeable, and they dealt with hackers, and there's all sorts of issues. What this does is the back of a global infrastructure leverage in a modern gameplay, you can have very similar to the real Ready Player One world with today's technology.
So I'm going to take a step back and say, everybody here that is in the room, we have different age ranges, we have different professions, we have different backgrounds. And I think the simplicity of blockchain is thinking about not minute use cases like, I mean, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, of course, but it's what is your daily life? When you wake up every day, things you do, you pay your bills, you pay your rent, you pay your mortgage, you go get a new car, there's everyday things that we all just don't think about that could be so much more secure and efficient by using blockchain-backed technologies. And you're seeing it in the private industry. Banks, Wells Fargo, US Bank, they're all starting to convert their core technologies and apply blockchain in innovative ways. And if the government is starting to look at how do they use blockchain, then you know it's because they're going to be the last ones to even adopt the leading edge technology. You know that is now advancing to be part of our core technology that we're using in everyday life. I think that's one of the most important things about blockchain is understanding what it does and why it's needed and how it works, so that when you do interact with it as an individual consumer, you understand why it's making your transactions or the events in your life more secure.
Yeah, I think, in terms of daily life, I mean, you look at the whole payment transfer industry. You have people who might be working in the United States but sending money back to their families, somewhere outside of the U.S. And there's a big transaction cost with sending
that cash, but with blockchain technology, that's going to be drastically reduced, right? So that's,
Fractions of a cent and instantaneous.
yeah, that's pretty remarkable. All right, so I clearly messed up on the time. Do we have any other questions from folks?
I do.
Yes.
Question. I'm just curious, just because from a creative or artist's perspective, I think it's really neat to see that there's a great way of, pretty much minting and claiming ownership of something you've created. Obviously, among artists, it's starting to blow up too, but there's a huge need for education to create as an artist on all of this. So anyways, I've always thought the contract process was annoying, claiming licensing and everything like that, and proving that you were the original creator or photographer or whatnot, right? So I guess my actual question is like, how can we actually prove that it is ours when there is already a lot of scams out there and it's easily done? Is there technology out there being created to prevent that kind of thing? Because no one's going to do the due diligence to look that you actually minted a digital asset,
Julia, that is a really great question, and I'm glad you mentioned it because I did want to get into that a little bit because we've seen over the last I guess it's been a little bit over 20 years now, where you used to buy music, for instance, as a physical asset, and then the musicians would get paid for that. But as we're moving towards a digital model, that's a lot different. So a lot of musicians now, they get a lot of money from selling their merchandise and vinyl records, which is fantastic for them, but they can't really make the kind of money that they used to make because so much of it is on Spotify or whatever. And one of my good friends, her daughter has become kind of a TikTok star of some sort. I don't know. Anyway, it sounds like I know that she can go and do live streams on TikTok. She's a singer, so she'll play her music on there. And she's gotten to the point where if she does a TikTok live stream, she might have 10,000 people watching. That'd be like filling up the Tallahassee Civic Center, like 5 times a nice music venue in Atlanta. So theoretically, she could get paid from those streams using the blockchain. How to both of you, how would that work? How would we create a system where creatives could get paid more or less instantaneously using blockchain technology?
So I think the example of photography, so my brother-in-law is an architectural photographer, and his images get sent out around the internet and it started driving him crazy because he wasn't being credited with them. And at least just like reroute to his website or something, right? Now what he started doing is he's using blockchain now because what he started watermarking every single thing. If it leaves his camera, it gets watermarked with his logo all over it. So you kind of see a background of a photo, but you wouldn't want to put the photo in a frame or something, right? It's got his name all over it. It is not unlocked unless that encrypted transaction occurs, and then the watermark is removed. So you can do that with video too. You can actually static it out. You can remove audio. You can do watermarks. You can put red lines. There's a bunch of things you can do to video assets that are very similar to photo assets. Now, music assets, you can do things similar to that too. You can strip attributes of that asset until that encrypted code is put into the file. Now, that doesn't broadly applicable to people who do hand paintings, right? That's when you do oil paintings, you're in a whole different ballgame. So there's, on the artistic side, blockchain is more of a digital ability, but you are seeing so much more of the artistic side of things become digital, right? I don't know when the last time I bought a CD was,
yes.
But the ability now to go online and buy it and have that artist get their name out there, actually get the value from that transaction. And like Robert said earlier, there's so many transactions in the artistic world that would have smaller transaction cost because you're not going through your your Square, because you get 2% per Square, and then the credit card processing transaction fee, and then you had to start the account, or if they pay you through PayPal, they take money off that, or Venmo. There's so many middle brokers that take money off an artist right now, and they're making millions. That if we were to have artists really adopt that technology and have a company, cough, cough, start a have a company market to artists to make it easier. Because we all know that not all artists are technologically advanced, right? They're very good at a lot of things, but knowing node calculation and quantum computing might not be their asset. So bringing something to the market for that audience could be a huge game changer in that market.
And there is some pretty incredible growth in the marketplace where you can mint for free. You can bring assets to the market. OpenSea is one of those. I don't know if it's the free one, but for the first time, you can get essentially what is a artistic certification that this is the asset that you own it, that it is validated, you got it directly from the artist. There's a track record of that. And what we're seeing is this mixed media utilization. So a lot of artists are scanning their statues or taking pictures of it. And that NFT you can purchase, but that purchase of the NFT includes the shipment of the asset to you. So you have a digital representation. And what's really powerful about this is some of the modern contracts have recurring revenue to the original seller. So if I'm an artist, I sell my asset to you for $500. 10 years later, you sell it for $2.3 million. I would not see that. But with blockchain and these NFTs, you can write that into the contract that I'll get 20% of all sales in perpetuity, no matter who has it. And so it's created and unlocked, one, direct to the artist technology. So the artist is the one putting it on there. Even if they're working with one platform to help them do that, they're still more or less the owner of that asset. They have the NFT code, and they have the right to sell it and give it away or whatever they want with it. And it comes with a digital, global-backed certification that this is the asset the artist gave to you. That's powerful. That's why we see NFTs going for tens of hundreds of millions of dollars, is because I can go and say, this is the asset from Banksy. Banksy gave me this. That's huge. You couldn't do that with his art. You could go take his art off the wall and sell it for millions of dollars, and there was still no guarantee that it was Banksy. He ended up setting up a website where he would say yes or no and validate it. So he would send you a certification for it. This is from the get-go, right at the beginning. And we're seeing it is individuals who already have the ability to sell products, who are already in the marketplace are doing it. We haven't quite seen the tools or the platforms for mass adoption. I think TikTok's a really good example of a platform that is crowdfunded. Like, you are straight up, it's your ability to connect with the people in front of you, and that is millions of people that builds your audience. And then you can leverage platforms like OpenSea to place an NFT or an asset. And so you have two things that happen almost simultaneously. We have a global decentralized social media platform. I think this is very recent. In the last 8 years, 10 years, social media really became really big. And then secondarily, we now have a guaranteed certified transaction platform, blockchain, where I can say, I have millions of followers and I'm selling it to you, my follower, and you can guarantee that it came from me. And where that differs on the marketplaces before, anybody who sells prints, right, online, they could just take a screenshot and print it on the printer, right? There's nothing backing that looks pretty good. If you don't have, and that's where people make billions just validating that it's a Rembrandt, right? That's what we've avoided. Like, you avoid billions of dollars and you know it's a Rembrandt.
Matt, I think you're going to have the last word. I think we're down to 3 minutes, but thank you for inviting us, Robert. And this is fascinating. I hope you'll do it again, because I've actually learned a lot. And that was a great question, Julia. Go ahead, Matt.
Check out cyberprivacy.com, optimizeconsultinggroup.com, and reach out and let us know if there's anything we can do to help talk about this topic. I'd love to come back again. Domi Spaces so nice in Tallahassee. It's really great to see people here. Looking forward to interacting with all of you.
But we'll definitely be doing a lot more in November, the week of the 14th for Startup Week. So be on the lookout for a lot of that. Will start coming out in the next few months as we start planning it. That is a great opportunity to highlight all the incredible industries located here in Tallahassee and the state of Florida and beyond. We also invite all of you to go explore the local community. We have some great restaurants, bars, and others here locally. If you're coming to visit the space, stop by, get some food, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock with a local artist who's using VR technology to create spacescapes. Pretty cool stuff.
Well, thanks again. I personally would love to hear, obviously, I know a lot about law and security, but I would love to see a program just on how musicians could, and artists could kind of use this technology to turn it into something that would be a sustainable lifestyle for them. Any logistics we need to know, Robert?
I covered it. Anything else? Thank you to all of our sponsors. Last time and others.
We'd up to like 4 people.
Well, we're excited here to have Kenny sharing his experience when it comes to creating digital assets and what it means to be an artist in today's digital society. Kenny, I'll go ahead and give the floor to you. We're excited to see your presentation, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kenny McGuire. I am a 52-year-old artist. I was born in 1969, so as a kid and growing up, I was exposed to none of what exists in the world today. It was a whole different world back then. I remember we got our first Atari when I was like 8 years old, and the digital age came of age with me, essentially. As an artist, I've always worked as an artist. I'm a muralist, and I do fine art on canvases as well. And I started out doing illustrations, paintings, like we do, some of my work like we do. But back when I started, to get your work seen by anybody, you had to have a portfolio that was a physical portfolio that you would unzip, big. And you would take this thing wherever you had to go, and that was, you show people your work. And the only people that saw your paintings, if you had any paintings to show, were people in galleries, or if you had them up at the bank, or some establishment that would hang your art up. That's how your work got seen by people. Now, I self-publish my work daily, and it's a whole different universe. And going forward, the future belongs to artists, because the metaverse that everyone hears so much about and talks so much about is the metaverse needs to be built by people, and those people are digital artists. And all of these assets and all of these things, and as the internet becomes decentralized, and there's so many different outlets, sharing your work now is just incredibly, insanely easy compared to how it used to be. So I started out as just an artist, an illustrator, and a muralist. I got my first mural job when I was 9 years old, and I was paid $150 in 1979 to paint a mural for somebody my grandfather. And from there, it went. I worked in every field, every aspect of the art field that you could imagine. When I was 16 years old, I got a job at the Record Courier newspaper in Kent, Ohio, as a composing artist. And what we did back then was we would draw pictures to go in the newspaper, and we would clip photographs, and we would do typeset on big IBM typesetting machines that were just the size of a car. I mean, it was crazy. And now all these things are done on your phone. And it's just to see how quickly we went from here to here. And now I'm working in a field as an artist. The field I'm working in didn't exist a decade ago. And one of the fields I work in, arguably, didn't exist at all before I started. And what I'm doing is I mentioned I paint murals. And about a year ago, I got the idea to take my mural and then add an augmented reality element to the mural to make the mural a three-dimensional thing that can be viewed from a phone, and then by scanning a QR code that would be on the mural. So I started making these 3D interactive things, and it just, that we've come so far in so short a time is still hard to wrap my head around sometimes. But what really surprised me about it was that all of the skills required to do digital art are the same skills required to do canvases and paint on walls. All of those, it's become such an organic thing. Let me back up. Back in 1987 was when I first sat down with a CAD program, a computer-aided design program on an Apple II. And that was my first exposure to art. And my instructor sat me down and gave me the mouse and said, "Here, draw something with this." And it was clunky, it was a mouse, and it was just hard to, I was kind of impressed with how fine the detail was, but it was impossible to control. I mean, for artists, we paint, draw with pencils and pens. So I just kind of left it there. And as the years went on, and I became exposed to more and more things like Photoshop, I was a big fan of Photoshop. But as these things came out, I didn't employ them in my career though, because I was a muralist and I was traveling around and I've traveled over the country painting murals, and that was the path I took. But I always had kind of one foot in the door in the digital stuff. I just never worked in the field. So as we went on and became exposed to, and I became exposed to how organic it had become. Like now, you have an iPad and you have an Apple Pencil, and even the pressure sensitivity now is so, it's to the point where it's as organic as drawing and painting in real world. I mean, the digital art is practically no different in process as regular art. And once that happened, once the technology got to that point, then I was all in. And I just went nuts at that point. And now what I'm doing is I'm working in, I'm creating 3D environments for advertising. That you can scan a QR code, and then on your phone will be a complete VR environment that's 360. And I went from drawing and painting on walls to doing that in about a year. Because it's really what I found when I got into the digital stuff, was I was really amazed at how easy it is to transfer from one to the other in terms of the, like I mentioned earlier, the organic part of it. There's a lot to learn in terms of what platform you use or what programs you like to use. I mean, there's a talk about Apple and Android and all those things, and that comes down to like a personal choice, really. Same as the programs that you use on those platforms. But there are so many available now that the choices are unlimited, and the tools are right there in front of us, and they're free. That's what I'm getting to that too. As artists, all of the tools I needed to learn how to do what I'm doing today were available. They were right there. Now, granted, there are better tools if you want to spend some money and get them, but open source programs and these things are there and available to use right now. I started out 3D modeling and sculpting in a program called Nomad. It's specifically for mobile devices, and I was just kind of tinkering with it and playing around with it, and that's how I learned to do it. If I came across something I didn't know how to do, I got online and looked it up, and you can find anything you want to find. And granted, there's varying levels of quality to these things, so it's a bit of a slog, but the point is, it's there for us. Like anything that we want to learn, all we have to do is go down the path and learn it because it's right there. And I was amazed at how easy that part was. In a year, I went from knowing nothing about the world of three-dimensional digital art, or any digital art for that matter, to creating for a national company three-dimensional environments for your phone. And it happened in the course of 1 year. And that's how easy it was to transition from regular art to digital art. And I'm 52 years old, and I did it at 51 years old. So if I could do that, there's no reason that anybody can't do it. And I'm always available to answer any questions if anybody has any. I'm happy to answer questions. But it's hard to think about what I want to talk about next, because my excitement my wife can tell you, I constantly go on about just how amazing it is to be living in a time now as an artist where the changes that are happening in the art world are so big and so massive. It's an entire shift in everything, dimension. I mean, it's as big as the invention of paint. Back when, cavemen are chiseling on the walls and somebody realized you can crush up berries and plants and make color. And it's another step up in the art, in the history of art. It's another step towards bridging that gap between real world and the art world, the reality and the fantasy. And it's so close now, like when I'm doing the augmented reality murals, and you realize that you have 1 foot in this world and 1 foot in the digital world, and it's just kind of mind-boggling to really think about that. But what's also mind-boggling is to think about how I did all of that stuff and all those murals that I did last, I think I did 7 augmented reality murals last year alone, and I did all of the AR elements on my phone. All of them. And it's an iPhone 11, it's not even a new phone. So that is what's possible now. And as everything moves forward and gets even easier and decentralized and these other opportunities pop up, like for instance, the environments that I'm creating now, I use a platform for those environments that was never intended for what I'm using it for. I mean, it's for like 360-degree photographs. But I'm taking that platform and I'm using, when I make a 360 environment, the background is painted by hand, or I use elements, actually it's all painted by hand by me. I don't use any stock art or any of that, but in the foreground, I actually model in 3 dimensions. I model my foreground elements in the environment. So when it's wrapped around, the photosphere, it adds an extra 3-dimensionality to that. And I taught myself how to do all of that, and then I taught myself how to embed that in a QR code. And it was that simple. And like I said, I did that all with my phone. So it's literally endless opportunities out there for artists. And if anybody has any questions, I'm available.
So were there any barriers to entering that you perceived or that new artists could perceive? Is it just the knowledge?
Yeah, well, I come from a place where it was hard to do everything. Like I said, back in the day, we had to really, and all the things we had to do back then to get our art exposed and seen by people, we still have to do today. The difference is we have to do it online as opposed to doing it like in person. So the barriers that I found, basically was hardware, I think, is the only thing. Because when you're dealing, I did it on my phone, but that's limited into what you can do. And I mean, let me be clear about that. Digital art goes all the way to, doing stuff for Marvel and Disney, and those guys they're not doing that stuff on the phones. That stuff is on equipment that I'll never use. But for my purposes, it's good enough. And that alone is just incredibly amazing to me that we've got to that point technologically that we can do that. But as far as barriers go, surprisingly few. I really was amazed. As long as you have access to YouTube and the internet and places you can look up videos and see other artists doing what you want to learn how to do, it's really no limit. I was amazed that, in my opinion, one of the best ways to learn art is to just do the art. I found that, make mistakes. It's okay. I made millions, so make all the mistakes you want. And in doing so, you learn how you got from point A to point B. And I found that kind of learning is like what embeds itself in my mind the most. And that's how I learned. For example, when I started doing the digital art, I wanted to do like a little character, a little robot character. So I went into the program and learned how to sculpt a sphere, and then learned how to sculpt a cylinder, and all that stuff. It started as basic. It took me 3 months to learn that you could light your model from another direction. Literally, that's my process. I would figure out what I wanted to do, and then figure out how to get there. And if I didn't know how, I would call somebody that did, or I would go on YouTube, or I would find the resources that are just, we've got all the resources we need to do all of this stuff right here. And that's how I did it. I'd be painting a mural, or, excuse me, I'd be in line somewhere waiting on something, I'd be modeling, or looking something up, or learning about what I wanted to do. And like I said, in a year's time, I went from, and I still know so little, but I know enough. I know enough to work in the business, and I know enough to produce quality 3D assets in a year. All because of, that's just, I can't stress that enough. There's no barriers to artists that want to do this. There's nothing stopping you, literally nothing.
What are some of the pieces that you've enjoyed creating now that you're using this new medium?
I'm doing one right now that is an outer space theme. It's from a single POV, and it's a 360, and it's been especially fun because I went into it and did a digital painting as my background, a 2-dimensional HDR painting, and I went really very high definition. But once I got into where I created my sphere, I realized that it was not. Every little, you can see every little, when I'm using the airbrush tool, if there's a little deviation in my color, it's just glaring like a movie screen. So I had to go in and learn. It was a process to learn that, but my favorite is that one because once I did learn that, and I went in and learned how to layer things and get the depth I wanted, I produced it. I can show you guys. I have the QR code with me. I'll link to that. Anybody that wants to see it, it's pretty cool.
What are some? I'm just here trying to kind of get my foot in the water a little bit. I guess some of the unique challenges you have trying to sell or advertise your art digitally as opposed to physically, because I mean, my experience with art is I appreciate it because it's decorative. You know, you can hang it up somewhere and it fills a void almost physically. So I'm just wondering kind of what challenges do you encounter when it's obviously still art, it's obviously still amazing, but if it's digital, are there challenges trying to kind of sell that, and how do you sell that?
That's interesting. That's a good question. I recently encountered this myself. In being in the digital world as an artist, there is such a vast amount of available for us to see. There's so much art out there right now, and there's so many things floating around the internet, and there's all the resources available, and stock photos, and all these things there for us to use, and it's hard sometimes to stay focused on the art. But as I said earlier, there's really no difference to me. And to some people there is a difference, but to me there's no difference between a digital painting and a canvas hanging on the wall. Because they both came from the same place. The art came from the artist. All the computers is a tool for the artist to get what's in here out there. You know, back it was paint or canvas or it's a brick wall or a ball of clay or whatever it is. The computer is just another tool in the step to get that out. Maybe in the future we'll be able to just think of what we want and look here. Who knows? But right now, what I found, you asked about the marketing of it. I found the marketing the art in the, like I said, a vast ocean of noise, of so many things, because now we can self-publish. So of course, everybody is. So as far as standing out, man, it's no different than it was back before the internet. You have to have a unique voice to be seen. And the only way to do that is just consistently do the best art you can do and remain true to that. And in that sea of work, in that ocean of the visual noise around us, none of that art is like yours. None of it. So hold on to that and just improve. And the biggest thing I can tell people is do the work. It's so easy now to get online and use stock photos. And sometimes I get tempted myself to use stock photos and have to be talked down from the ledge. But try to hold on to your artistic integrity in this. It's easy to lose it. There are so many paths going this way and that way, and so many different places to work. But try to hold on to your artistic integrity and your vision. And remember that, like I said, yours is unique because it's yours. But do the work. Go out and network and pound the pavement. And I post to like 4 media platforms a day and my own website. And I do all these things multiple times a day just to get some people calling me back saying, hey, I thought about doing this project. And it works, but you have to do the work. You have to, nothing's automatic.
Are there specific digital artists that you have found like an influence from that you get like that are really influential to you?
No, and that's the thing. I'm coming from a place where, let's see, when did I did a t-shirt design in Photoshop 7 back in like 2003. And then I didn't look at a computer screen again until 2012. When I met my wife, I was using a phone, a flip phone. I don't even think I was getting online because I didn't run a pair of shoes for 2 years in Key West when I was painting murals. So I completely dropped off the grid and did my thing. So when I approached the digital art, I came at it from a perspective of how can I apply this to what I do, which was painting murals. And that's how I learned to model and do AR and all that stuff, was to apply it to that, because I thought, well, nobody's ever seen an interactive mural before. And so that's what I started doing. And no, I plan to, and I always tell myself, I love to look at other people's art and be inspired, and I always tell myself I'm gonna really get into it and look at some of the people out there now and what they're doing in the fine art world digitally, and I just have not done it.
Can you talk about how you design an interactive mural?
Yeah.
Sure. Can you talk about how you design an interactive mural?
Yes, I'll talk about how I did one on my phone. And this is something that anybody could do. You guys could do this tomorrow if you wanted to. The program is open source. You probably know that. And it is specifically for modeling 3 dimensions on a mobile device, tablet, phone, whatever. It has all, it's not Blender or Maya or any of those, but almost. I mean, it can't do a lot of the things, but for my purposes, it does enough. So what I do is the elements to my mural, I paint just like you would a 2-dimensional painting. I paint on the wall. And then when I design it, I try to keep in mind, I did one in Fort Pierce. My latest one is like a sea monster. It's a big, giant octopus. It's like a retro 1950s, like beach town getting attacked by this pink and teal octopus. It's a giant one-eyed thing. I have a QR code available if someone wants to see that too. But and I did it in a way where I painted the octopus on the wall, and then 3 of the tentacles actually are modeled in 3D in Nomad. I model the tentacles as they come around the viewer from the wall. And then when those are done, what happens is the view, I embed those in a QR code, which I put on the mural. So it's a 2-dimensional mural and it looks finished 2-dimensionally, but if somebody scans the QR code, the tentacles will come out and be in the space with them as a 3-dimensional model. So I guess it's mixed reality, they're calling that now, where you kind of, but there's no interaction between, you know, the mural other than the making the thing appear, like there's no interaction other than that. But that's it. And once that's done, it's just, you have to store your models on a platform. And I keep mine on Sketchfab. It's the one I use.
We're going to pull up a few of your designs, art, creations.
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind just explaining what they are and
of course,
reminding properly the thought process behind them.
Sure. Oh yeah, in February of this past February, I had a gallery exhibit at TCC, and that was I ended up doing something else, but that was my Freddie Mercury tribute. Sorry, got out of frame. But anyway, as you can see here, I modeled it's painted on a canvas. The painting itself is on a canvas in acrylic. And then I modeled the musical notes and the clef and everything in Nomad. And it was even the painting of it, it's not even textured, it's just painted of one color. And it was for that. Yes, this was for something called Art Prize that I was going to do a few years back. And what it was I was piecing together, it was going to be like the biggest pencil drawing that anybody had done. I had, like, this thing was laid out on like 137 sheets of 24-inch paper. And it was abandoned for a lot of reasons, COVID included, which is, I never talked about that, how important the digital sharing of art is in the age of COVID, which speaks for itself. But anyway, that's what that was. It was for Art Prize, and I ended up not doing that. That is right down in Railroad Square. Right now, that's part of, on the Railroad Square Craft House. It's part of a mural I did for a feminine healthcare company called Overeaters. They're an online, like, telemedical company that specializes in women's health. There's acrylic on canvas, I think. That was a commission down in South Florida. That was actually a drawing for a painting that I did on the side of a Mexican restaurant. And the drawing ended up being one of my favorites, and I sold a couple of prints of that, and somebody bought the original. Every day for years, I wake up early. I'm a morning person, and what I do in the morning, no matter how much digital work I do, every morning I do something in pencil, or something in charcoal, or something, if I want to dabble in paint, but the point is, I do something every day to keep my muscle memory in my hands sharp. I mean, I kind of equate it to an athlete when they train, like the people that are the best at what they're doing are that way because they work at it. So I believe every day, and it doesn't have to be every day, but as much as you can, no matter how much you do on the keyboard or the mouse or any of that, I try to go back to the basics and do some pencil or charcoal stuff. So that's what that is. It's just one of those. Another one. That's also charcoal. That's one of my favorite ones that ended up being bought by some. That's one of my first digital pieces. The eye was painted in Procreate, and the atom, I was so fascinated by the fact that I could paint a model and it was actually reflective, because I spent a lot of years painting with oil-based chrome paint to get the effect of metal. And I was like, it looks like a button, and this is made of chrome. And I was so amazed, I had to immediately do some art, so I made that atom. And as you can see, I reflected the eye in here. So. That is entirely modeled. None of that background is in a two-dimensional background. That's all models. There are 14 million vertices in this model. I was doing it I wanted to see, it's been a year of exploration for me. I kind of see how far I can go and what I can do with things, and because I don't know what any of the rules are. So approaching it from that place enables me to have kind of a unique perspective on things a little bit. I'm able to see in a trial and error and see, oh, well, I guess I can't do that. I realized you can't take a model with 14 million vertices and download it somewhere. It's just too big. So I've learned, and I also learned that the important thing about being a good modeler is being able to create what you want to create as simply as you possibly can. And finding that balance has been a really fun thing to do this year.
Can you explain to the layperson what a vertice is?
Yeah, Sorry. Yes. A model, a computer model is something in three-dimensional space. So everything takes up space, and the same in the digital world, it takes up space. Well, vertice is the line. I never explained this properly, but picture like, okay, if I was made of blocks, okay, if I was made of like 10 big blocks, I would barely look like a human. But if I was made of 1,000 blocks, then I'm able to look a lot more detailed, right? So the more vertices in a model, the more detail you have. The problem is, it's also bigger. Does that make sense?
Kind of like pixels.
Yes, three-dimensional pixels. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
That's great, yeah. Oh, yes, two of my murals that are augmented reality murals. Both of these are in Railroad Square here. This one is on the entrance, and there's a QR code that I noticed somebody ripped off, so it's not on there at the moment. I got to replace it. But when you scan the QR code, now this is not actually accurate. Now I have a forest. When you scan the QR code, you're actually in the middle of a forest with these trees. And then my Alice in Wonderland, of course, I had to add a bunch of mushrooms. So, and these are like, and you can tell, this is before I learned how to shade and light my model properly. Like that's as crude as they get. But I was just at a place where I was trying to fit them in with my two-dimensional stuff. And so that's what that is, yeah.
Is there a way to access the 3D model without the QR code? Is there a unique URL I can just visit?
Yeah, you can visit my Sketchfab folder and see I got like 100 models on there.
But like, so if I go to that mural and the QR code isn't there, but I want to experience it, like, can I go to a specific URL for that mural?
Not yet.
Okay.
You keep it, but it's still brand new. I'm still kind of working on seeing what else I can do.
Okay.
Now I'm going to do a whole 360 thing with it and make it an environment that I can share online so people can stand there and see the mural from wherever they are.
Cool.
Which is just going to be fun. Yeah.
You got a question, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask kind of how this, I don't know if manifests itself is the right word, but I mean, you have a QR code. Is that like it kind of comes to life on your phone, or is there like a VR headset there? I mean,
No,
I know you
it's
talk
all on
about
the phone.
all on the phone.
Well, I think that, see, the VR, I'm getting into that too a lot. Actually, I'd love to just work in that field specifically, the VR field, but I'm nowhere near there yet. But that being said, I think that the future is smaller. I think that, especially in advertising, people want individual experiences. And that's why I'm working on creating these 360 environments that can be shared on the phone. Because I know it's not big screen and it's probably lower resolution, and in many cases people don't have the latest devices. But now we're at the point where you don't really need the latest devices, because I don't have the latest device and I can still do what I'm doing. So.
Is that your gallery?
Yes.
Is that digital?
I was trying to think if I had answered your question. I didn't think I did. This is the gallery show at TCC. This is these were two-dimensional canvases, and I had little QR codes in the corner. And when you scan the QR code, then I had in some of these, I had a 3D element that would come out. And just be an augment to that. The whole point of that to me is to make the art more interactive for the viewer, to feel like they can be part of that experience. That's why I love to do environment so much. The 360 environment, you can put the viewer right in the environment that you want them to be in and show them this entire world that's visible right there. See, and coming from somebody that played his first Atari at 8 years old, it's pretty incredible to see that. I mean, I think history in the future, art history, is going to record this time as just being a complete revolution of everything. That is the mural in Thomasville. That is the A.J. Moonspin pizza restaurant. And that was my first one, my first augmented reality mural. As you can see, I didn't know how to paint or light my models properly. But that was the first 3D art that I actually published. And it's a fairly big mural. As you can see, the door is relatively small there on the mural. And when you scan that, the AR planets come out and you're surrounded by them. And I was just thrilled by the fact that I could make that happen. I look at those now and it's pretty funny. Also from the show. But I'm new at it and I'm learning it and it's so fun. I'm learning more every day. And like I said, I've gotten now, if anybody wants to see some of the environments, they're on my website, they're on social media platforms, and I'll be sharing them in the future too. It's just so much fun.
In the example of the moon spin, is there a temptation for you to go and like update?
Yes.
Like add the lighting and more as you learn?
Yeah, and I have to tell myself when it's done, it's done.
Right.
And you know, I'll go back endlessly. I have in two-dimensional murals. I pass by and fix stuff. But you have to leave it be. Like once you sign something and say that's done, it's got to be done. This is one of my environments, actually. This looks really good when it's around a...
What do you mean by environment?
This is a 360-degree environment on your phone. This is the two-dimensional high-definition painting, which was done in Procreate. And when you scan the QR code, that will actually become, on your phone, it will become an environment. I'm not sure this is the right one, but if you have your phone or a device, if somebody wants to do that, that will actually reveal exactly what it is, because it will... I don't know if it's easy to get an idea of what happens when you turn this into a 360-degree environment, but what it essentially does is it takes a two-dimensional photograph, painting, piece of art, whatever, and brings it together at the corners and wraps it around a digital sphere. So you're standing at the center of that. So what that does is it distorts everything from the POV as it stretches, you know, it's going to distort the image. So by trial and error, I went in and learned that, oh, if I want this planet to look around, then I have to paint it like an egg. And how much do I have to do that based on how much it's stretched? And I just very organically figured out through trial and error what looks good and what doesn't look good. And that's what that is. Did it pop up or no?
You talked about the arms calling up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to shed a link to the.
Yep.
The experience.
That's the mural. That's an unfinished one. That's when I first realized that the tentacles were going to work. Because I had to paint it in two-dimensional, I had to look finished already. And, you know, most people aren't going to scan that if they're driving by or they're just walking by. They're not going to see the QR code. So I wanted to make sure it looked done. So then, but then that's where the trick comes in. Well, it looks finished in 2 dimensions. If you add some more to it, is it going to look fluttery? Is it going to, and it still does a little bit. This is before I refined it. This is interesting because when I first discovered that the anamorphic art, for those of you who don't know, anamorphic art is like you guys ever see the chalk drawings on the sidewalk that from a certain angle, they look like you could fall in a hole, or, you know, they're very three-dimensional because they're drawn the way I was talking about the environment when things are stretched out based on your perspective. They're drawn in a way that is a stretched perspective. So when you're standing away from them, they appear to be different. That's when I realized the connection between what I'm doing digitally with the photospheres and the anamorphic art was kind of the
Is
same.
that all drawing?
That's charcoal. Yeah, that's just
the glass or your hand?
the glass. This is a flat glass on a flat sheet of paper. That's all done. I realized, oh, if I hold my hand that way, it looks even more three-dimensional. But that's just a two-dimensional drawing. That's a charcoal drawing. That's not mine, that's a book. This is just you're just in my photo album. This has stuff that has nothing to do with art in it. So let's get out of here.
Is there something in particular you want to share?
No, this is just, there's all kinds of things in my photo album that
Probably things that should be.
flash all over the world. Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. One of the time is cool, we can do that, as long as we avoid, I have a lot of photos in my album that I do a lot of life drawing, so I have photos of people. There's a lot of different things in there that I don't want to just show. But anyway, that's Moonspin again. And as you can see, I still didn't know how to light my bottles or any of that. But I was really excited that I could add the tourists in there and do rings.
Is there anything in particular you wanted to share, Kenny, on this from here?
Just what I want to do in part today, and thanks for having me to talk. I'm not really good at this sort of thing. I like to do it, but I get pretty severe social anxiety. So, but anyway, I want to do in part, more than anything, if I could impart anything at all today, was that it's amazingly easy to do. For those of you that want to do it, I'm not especially intelligent or gifted more than anyone else is, and in a year, like I said, I was able to learn enough to work in the field, and it's really exciting and it's really fun. And for those of you that are interested in doing it, and you have specific questions you want me to answer, I'm happy to help.
Any other questions?
Where can we follow you? You're social, right?
Yeah, I'm on, you know, I wish there was a new platform for that. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, all that. I have some cards I'll need, but I'm on all of the Kenny McGuire Studio on Instagram and Kenny McGuire on Facebook. I just put all my stuff on my personal account there.
Wonderful, Kenny. We really appreciate you spending time with us today. Thank you for coming here and sharing your story. I think it's very impressive how with some little hard work, you can really create some amazing things when it comes to digital assets. Kenny, we'll make sure to get those QR codes from you and share them on our social media. So if you're not already following Domi Station, be sure to do so. We'll get those links and those QR codes out so you can explore it. And I know your art is all over Railroad Square. So if you haven't stopped by there here in Tallahassee, it is a phenomenal art exhibit, small business place where you can really see the local economy at work. Thank you, Kenny. Thanks. Next, we'll have Adam from former Director of Blockchain at IBM. He'll be with us at 2:30, so stay tuned in and we'll be hearing his experience with blockchain. He also now is a co-founder, co-partner of an investment fund that invests in Web 3.0 companies. Thank you, Kenny. That was awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it.
I was trying to text my kid.
No, you did great. Welcome, Adam. It's great to see you again. We're excited to hear your thoughts on blockchain and your experience you've had with it. I'm going to go ahead and hand the floor over to you, and I'll let you introduce yourself and go ahead and get us right into the topic.
Right into it. Do I share my screen for slides, or how do you want to do it? Let's see. Oh, I can share my screen. I'll just start talking a little bit, and then I'll share the screen. Hey everyone, my name's Adam Mastrelli. I actually met Robert on Startup Bus. His facial hair was much less. Can you see me? Everybody okay? Good. I'm just going to go for it. If you have any problems, just ping me or put it in the chat. He had much less facial hair, but he was always this charming and a great guy. So little background on me. I'm here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Apologies, I couldn't make it in person today. I'm heading south tomorrow, and I needed to be here for an event tonight. So I basically started, I left IBM. I joined IBM about 10 years ago, and then I left IBM about 3 months ago, February 1st. So what did I do at IBM? And just so you know, if anybody in the room is like, I'm never going to get crypto, I don't understand blockchain, I was a former actor and a filmmaker. So if I can get this and understand it, everybody can. So did first 5 years of my life at IBM was kind of like AI, technical sales, business development always. Then in 2016, I'm living in Austin, Texas, and I start hearing about, blockchain, not Bitcoin, Bitcoin this, that. I'd missed the 2013 run up and everything around that. And I just didn't get it. I was always like, I don't quite understand what this is. Why is it important? Why is it relevant? And I was at a couple of meetups, and I basically started understanding a little bit more in Austin about what this technology was doing. And I said, okay, I get it. I'll go a little bit deeper down the rabbit hole. I invested in a fund called Multicoin Capital, which ends up being one of the best hedge funds in existence, on par with like Renaissance in traditional fund. So I became an early LP there. I learned a lot of how the public markets work from 2016, 2017 on. And then during my IBM day job, I was always trying to weave in public blockchain protocols to what IBM was doing in either cloud or AI. So I did that for a few years. Then I shifted down the tech stack into like IBM digital assets, which is basically what we're going to define what a digital asset is here in a second, because you'll hear this a lot. But what I did was I moved down the tech stack. And so when all the banks now panic and they say, well, what do we have to do to hold a digital asset? Because as we'll see in a second, a digital asset is an actual asset. Whereas when you're at your Wells Fargo or somebody else is at their Bank of America, they're just passing IOUs back and forth between that and the Fed's bank account. So it's not really, they don't have to hold that, right? You have an American Express card, they're fraudulent charge. I've seen commercials. Spider-Man tells me it's okay that I don't accept any fraudulent charges. American Express will take care of it for me. So I'm all good. Security model is different. And the same with your bank, it's FDIC insured up to $250,000. So, and you saw this week, for those of you watching the news on the Coinbase bankruptcy rules, if Coinbase goes bankrupt, right, there's now an argument to say, well, we don't have insurance to cover that money, or maybe they do outside of that. But there was a big hullabaloo around that, in addition to what you saw with UST, algorithmic stablecoins, and Terra, which we'll get into in a second. So I was looking to leave IBM. I said, I think it's time for me to vote with my time, my money, and my network here, and go, ooh, what's that? That's cool. Here and join a fund. So I wanted to either join a fund or I wanted to do like an exchange. So I would learn a lot. So my thing with learning has always been, if I go to a place where I can not just shill one thing, but learn a lot, it's just going to be great for my personal growth and then people around me as well. So I met the guys at Woodstock. Little context, Woodstock is one of the largest Web3 dedicated funds out of Asia, definitely the largest out of India. I lived in India before. I lived in emerging markets before, Malawi, South Africa, Mexico, et cetera, to kind of whether with IBM or outside of it. And so I kind of got this idea of bringing the best deals of the East to the West, kind of this old Silk route for investors, and then to connecting investors and product teams to the East so that they would be able to get into the retail coverage, but also the developer ecosystem. As you know, India graduates 800,000 engineers a year. So it's a small team. It's about 25 people, large by fund standards in a lot of ways, but because we cover India, Southeast Asia, China is really no longer on the map now for Web3. So a lot of that flow goes to India, the Middle East. So we have 17 team members in India, 7 in Dubai, and I'm here in Florida holding the flag for the US fund. We now have 2 separate structures, a Cayman structure and then a US fund structure, so we can take onshore and offshore money. But that's enough about that. Let's jump into what are digital assets, and let me share my screen real quick. And if there's ever any questions, please jump in. I would love to ask them. As a former actor, I enjoy the can you see my screen okay? Can everybody see my screen? Let's see. I think I've done this before. No, okay. Share screen. Share screen. Share. Chrome has lost permission. System preferences. Can you do it on your side, Robert? That's annoying. System preferences. Oh, let me just do it real quick. Oh, it wants me to quit. It wants me to quit Chrome. That's not good. We're back now. There seems to be some music playing. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. We're good now, everybody? Thumbs up? I see. Okay, I see you. Great, great. Okay, normally I do this presentation with my partner Prashant, so you'll see him here. He's the ex-Morgan Stanley guy for 10 years. I'm the former 10-year IBM guy. So what the heck is a digital asset? So basically, there's 3 main characteristics, and you can call it a digital asset, a decentralized digital asset, or even crypto, which is a dirty word, but we'll use it here today. So the first one is that it's a peer-to-peer transfer model, meaning that Adam anywhere in the world can send assets or value to any other party in the world with going through a central intermediary. Bitcoin, we'll cover later, is the most famous version of this. 2, that it's the network on which it runs is a distributed network with no central decision makers in the network, and that it's fairly, I'll use quotes here, distributed. You can think of the internet, obviously, as a global network of distributed computers with no centralized decision makers. However, in a lot of cases, we see that this is not the case. The fact that you can, China can block parts of the internet here, or we can see centralized parties, large players in the Web 2 world being able to censor payments and or speech becomes really important for why we even think about Web 3. And then the third is the technology, that a digital asset, the asset actually lives on a blockchain or a blockchain technology network. In that way, it has these 2 main properties of authenticity and immutability. And will obviously, the big sin of the internet was that, you'll see this New Yorker cartoon that says it's a dog sitting in front of the computer, and the dog says, it's great, nobody knows I'm a dog here. And so identity becomes a really important part of Web3. Truthiness of an asset becomes really important. right? You'll hear a lot of this about it. It's a blockchain is like at its best, it's a very big truth machine. It might not prevent fraud or nefarious actors, but it's a really good job of being a detective. In other words, if it's all on chain, think of it like a big Excel spreadsheet that everybody has access to, or a crossword puzzle that if you make a mistake or you cross something out, everybody sees your appended document, which becomes really important for establishing truth on the internet for a myriad of reasons. Okay, so those are the characteristics. The advantages, we talk a little bit always about that it's secured by cryptography, that it's convenient in the sense that I can be sitting in a remote corner of India and would like to send real value, something of real value, to a remote corner of Africa with just an internet connection and a phone and an email. This obviously is talked a lot about with Bitcoin and these types of networks, which is there's still 3-point-some billion people in the world that don't have access to the financial system. And we'll come back to this, but in the same way that what the internet does for accessing information for the rest of the world, you hear great stories about a young man in Malawi who builds a windmill. How did he learn how to build that windmill? Well, that book wasn't at the public library, but he went on to the internet, watched the YouTube video, and now he can build a windmill and generate electricity for his family. So you can see a world where being able to not just disseminate information to everybody, we all have these devices now, but sending real value without needing a bank account in some way that is valued becomes really important. And the third one here is portability. So we can talk about where money came from and what money actually is, but basically, if I wanted to carry $1 million of gold with me on a plane, this becomes very difficult. But carrying $1 billion on a USB stick and having it be portable anywhere in the world is just very, very attractive for a lot of people. Bitcoin, as we talked about, most popular asset of this. Before we go on here. So one of the things I like to talk about before we get into some of the specifics about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3 is like, let me just go back, make sure okay, everybody's good. There's a famous quote by a guy named Jim Barksdale. Jim Barksdale was the CEO of Netscape and then the former CEO of FedEx. And he says there's only two ways to make money in this world. One is to bundle, the other is to unbundle. And the example I use here is in retail, and then we'll come to why it matters in money. So around the late 1800s, John Wanamaker comes back from a trip to Paris, and he starts this idea in the United States called department stores. So now department stores basically say, instead of here's your jewelry store, here's a watch store, here's my whatever other store, all these different storefronts, John Wanamaker says, let's put it all in this one store. So Macy's, JCPenney, right? Whatever this looks like, even the Wanamakers, we're going to have it all in one place. So all this stuff was unbundled and decentralized. Now we're going to put it all in one place for the retail user, and the supply chains therefore become more bundled. So this is this accordion. You can think of it like an accordion over time, and we can go back throughout history of just bundling and unbundling of services, of money, etc. So why does that matter? So now Walmart, right, 100 years later, takes that and says, here's this centralized model. So for those 100 years, retail, centralized retail, department stores, Walmart has this stranglehold on what it means to, and it became really efficient, super fast, super efficient, super cheap. You're basically saying now we have cheaper services from abroad to make these products to sell them here. And this is how economies tend to go. So this was all a big bundle. So then this innovation called the internet comes along and says, now we're going to allow a company built on top of that internet called Amazon unbundle retail. Now, and that's it added an innovation. It said, we're not only going to unbundle it again, but we're going to allow it to be sent directly. You don't have to come into the store. We're going to send it directly to you. So you can see where the explosion of innovation of unbundling something added with innovation becomes important. Now, Amazon is that dominant dynamic. So you can think of then in that retail example, what really Bitcoin is solving is right now, what we know as money is controlled by states, controlled by governments in a way. Money printing is obviously a big problem. Inflation becomes a big problem. It wasn't always the case, right? Money wasn't always a thing that we mentally think of that is controlled by a state. There were times where you were having cowrie shells or beads, and it was made the best currency win. It's a very like Friedrich Hayek, Austrian economics view of the world, where you have currencies competing for each other, right? And now what we see is that everybody does a race to the bottom, right? We're more intend to see nation states devalue a currency. So, and it's all done by a federal reserve or a government. So what Bitcoin is basically saying is we're going to unbundle, and it started in 2008 around the banking crisis. We're going to unbundle the banking system and allow Adam and Robert and Adam and Jane and Bob and Alice to send direct peer-to-peer value for the first time ever without basically creating a money on the internet for the internet that is not controlled by any central third party. This is really, really important. And so it's this unbundling. The further example of this is I can send a Gmail from Adam in New York to Robert in Singapore at a Hotmail, no problem. But I can't send a Venmo from Adam in New York to Robert in Singapore. Venmo doesn't exist there. It's only for American citizens. So you see in the world of money, nations have a real big incentive to keep it bordered. So that's what this whole world is about, just on the Bitcoin side. And then we'll see the explosion of it on other areas of Ethereum, other use cases, et cetera. But I just wanted to touch on that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and I'm going to pause here. Does anybody have any interest in doing a good explanation of Bitcoin mining in under 30 seconds? I'm going to do it anyway. I hope everybody can still hear me and see me. So the greatest book I read on Bitcoin and mining and Bitcoin in a lot of ways was written by a 12-year-old. He basically wrote a book called The Early Bird Gets the Bitcoin. And it is, he uses Bitcoin mining, and he says it's basically like, I'm going to give you two people an opportunity to guess my number between 1 and 100. Robert gets 2 guesses. This other Jane gets 1 guess per second. So and you have to roll a die or dice to do it. So obviously the person with two dice has a better odds of rolling and getting an opportunity to guess at the number than the person with 1 die. And I said, now that is exactly what Bitcoin mining is like. It's just computational power brought to a decentralized network, but I digress. Okay, so where are we in the cycle? I hope everybody can still see me. So you hear this a lot about Bitcoin and Web3 and crypto economies as like user growth around the internet. So you can look at it like in the early 90s. Here we are, right, starting, and then that was about 2015 for what people really started to look at Bitcoin. If you look at where we are now, it's an old slide, but we're at about like 300 million by the end of last year. This week, right, the good news is you can see on chain. So you can see the users going in and out of the system. And that's why as investors, we can pull our investments down to the infrastructure and middleware stacks. Okay, so now this is about the user growth. I'm going to jump into this. This is how, when we do our thesis at Woodstock, we like to talk about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. Basic things of Web 1, you'll know early to late 90s. This was basically the innovation here was I'm going to put the New York Times, I'm reading a physical New York Times. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, so we don't have your slides. If you give us just a second, we'll pull them up. And we
really?
Drop below the level.
It says I'm sharing. Sorry about that. And if this is boring, and if anybody in the room is like, dude, cut it and do something else, like let's do that. Or I have a question or anything like that.
Adam, the slides aren't there. You want to try resharing your screen?
Yeah, let me try reshare it real quick. How about now? Yes? Oh, you see it now, right? But I can't see the other screen.
Yeah, I see it.
You can see it? I'm gonna just go. If you can't see it, just ping me because I can't see the thumbs up now. So I'm just gonna go for it. So Web 1 is basically, and I'm sensitive of time. Web 1 is some version of this, right? Hey, here's my New York Times. I can read the New York Times in my physical paper, but now I'm just gonna put it on this thing called a computer, and I can read it on a network of computers. Great. That's all I could do. I log in with my email. I send an email to Robert. So I just read things. Then Web 2 in the early 2000s basically is reading and writing. So now I can read the New York Times, and also now I can say, I hated this article about the New York Times. I love this article from the New York Times. I can interact dynamically in the comments. I can write a blog about how much I loved or hated this article of the New York Times. And then I can share it on social media. I can tweet about it, etc. So the big thing here is now we're at read and write. The problem here, as everybody knows, is that the value that accrues to this area is around the larger corporate oligarchs, to use a weird term, and that's where the value goes. So you and I, by contributing, don't get that value. So moving quickly, Web3, all it's saying is I can still read the New York Times, I can still comment on the New York Times, but now my comment or the thing that I'm adding to this discussion in a Web3 sense, I can own a piece of my data, but also I can own a piece of wherever this new world is being built on. That's why everybody gets excited about a metaverse or a new community that's built on, say, another layer 1, an Ethereum, a Solana, Avalanche, whatever. And you, instead of signing in with an email, now you sign in with this thing called a non-custodial wallet. And basically you can think of a wallet as the password is there's a private public key pairing. The public key is your email address. The private key is your email password. So, you know, if you haven't played around with MetaMask or Phantom on Solana or any of these other, Kepler for Cosmos, go on, play with them, buy some stuff and have some fun. Now, as we go down a little bit further, so everybody sees it, the Web 2 stack, the TCP/IP and the HTTPS is the equivalent in Web 3 of the protocol layer and the services layer. The TCP/IP basically is like a standard for shipping data packets, and the HTTPS basically says, hey, now I can visualize this in an application. And on Web 3, what we think of as the protocol layer, in other words, Tim Berners-Lee, right, did not become a billionaire for his role in the internet. It all went to the apps. So in this world, the protocol layer is the layer 1s. This is the Bitcoins. The smart contract ones would be Ethereum, Solana, Phantom, Avalanche, etc. Right? You'll know and love all of those. The services layer on the Web3 world is really referring to what we know are like middleware, or the gel between the protocol layer and the applications. Applications will be the same. People won't know they're running on a blockchain. But this is like on-chain analytics, Google Analytics, AWS, cloud, and you'll see in Web3, there's basically a distributed or a decentralized version of this being built, right? Dune Analytics, Arweave, Filecoin for storage. Let's see what else. Okay, so I usually like to say the best way to understand this is like a city being built. So basically the city is the land, and now where in the internet and Web 2, you couldn't really own the land. Now in Web 3, you can own the land. You can own a piece of Ethereum via this token called Ether. And then as more people come onto this land, they start building roads. Okay, now those roads are for what? For swaps, for changes of data, for changes of value. Those roads get clogged. Therefore, now you'll hear people talking about layer 2 protocols. Arbitrum, Optimism, ZK Snarks, whatever, insert other verse, Starkware, Matter Labs, whatever, going to basically speed up the action happening on the ground or on the road. And then everything on top of that is another layer on top of building a city. Do you need a department? Do you need plumbing? That would, you know, in the Web3 world, there's indexing, pricing oracles, data availability layers, execution layers. So all of that will then happen, and each company you can own a piece of at earlier stages, because in the Web 2 world, you could only do this after an IPO, after a lot of the value was extracted. Still okay? Thumbs up? Think I'm doing okay? I think I saw some activity. Okay, let's talk about the digital asset stack. There's like basically 2 main product market fits that come out of all of this stuff that's being built. 1, decentralized finance, 2, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, etc. Okay, so go to the application layer and DeFi. Basically what this is, we talked about this bundling and unbundling. All DeFi is saying is we're going to unbundle and bring, take out the intermediaries and have it be code to code applications for token swaps, right? That is where Uniswap and SushiSwap live. Aggregators, these are like the kayaks of, find me my cheapest flight or my cheapest hotel of trading, right? This would be like 1inch, Yearn Finance, right, et cetera. QuickSwap, I think, has an aggregator as well. So, and then you can see that start to do now into like lending and borrowing. So you'd be familiar with loans, and on these there are no middlemen, right? There are definite risks. We'll get to that in a second, but that is the example here. Is like the New York Stock Exchange has thousands of employees, whereas Uniswap has 10 to 15 employees and can scale to billions of dollars as well. Challenges in DeFi and risks. Code audits. That's why companies like QuantStamp and Solidify become really important to make sure that your code is audited. This is all open source, most of it, so that when you're forking the code, in a lot of ways, if you know that the code has already been audited, that's safer. So that's why you'll see EVM compatible machines. This is EVM stands for Ethereum Virtual Machine. So usually they like that it's been forked because they know that the code is safer. There's really no insurance or protection in these hacks. I myself was unfortunately hacked / compromised early April for a lot of money. Personally, it was very bad. So I'm working through the Department of Justice right now and ICE to try to go to Bitfinex to see if I can get this hacker's KYC'd information. It's going to be a losing cause, but I'm learning along the way. Market making is still capital efficient. And basically people will get more comfortable with some of these problems over time, and solutions are being built, but that's all in the DeFi world, right? Again, in DeFi, you'll see like Polygon, you might recognize. A lot of this is talked about like transaction speeds and speeding up processing speeds for being able to make swaps and do all of the things that a bank does, just unbundled and done by code. The next example here is the NFT vertical. So what is an NFT? Here over to the right. Basically, NFTs, think of it like a digital ownership of a one-of-one on this now new land called the blockchain. Fungibility means 1 for 1, like a US dollar is fungible. They have like little codes on the dollar that maybe make the individual dollars different, but $1 is $1 is $1 is $1. The NFT, but everything else in our world, Adam, Robert, that lamp, insert other things in the world are relatively non-fungible. So that never really existed before in a digital form and giving it authenticity and immutability until NFTs came along. So basically the use cases here for onboarding a lot of users, you'll see are gaming, collectibles, and entertainment. This will all be the Web3 onboarding for people. I'll give you a couple of examples in a second. The marketplaces, you'll notice this is kind of like the eBay for these types of tradable items, whether that's collectibles, in-game assets, entertainment, and we'll get to music in a second. OpenSea, Looks Rare, Rareable, etc. I want to talk about music and art for a real quick second, and you get to see the stark difference between Web 2 and Web 3. So Spotify has about 8 billion creators. Spotify is, $1 billion business, has about 8 million creators on the platform. 0.53%, I wrote it down, why am I looking to the sky? 0.3% of Spotify artists of that 8 million make $10,000 a year. And 0.17% of that 8 million make $50,000 a year. So that's out of the 8 million. So it's very much this 90% goes to the platform fee, and then 10% goes to the artists. So this is, music might be one of the most undervalued asset classes in the world, based on cultural impact. So you say, okay, what flips that? So there's a company called Audius that basically, and many others, but as an example, Audius says the platform fee will be 10%, and the 90% of the revenue will go to the musicians. And this is a perfect example of where Web3 shines. In this, we have the technology now to not only have assets that are tradable and movable in a way that can be scarce and limited. Meaning, if Adam, you just saw this, I think. Who's doing this? Somebody is doing this with their album. They're allowing their top 1,000 fans to profit off of the sale of their full album. You've seen this with individual artists before, but never on a full album, just by holding the NFT. Gaming as well. This is big for our fund. We're big in music NFTs and gaming. We don't hold them, but we'll invest in the picks and shovels along the way. So, this is 2 billion players globally and growing. Mobile gaming, everybody's very familiar with the statistics of gaming being a $200 million industry, more than the music and the entertainment industry, movies combined. And the NFTs are the pixels and the picks and shovels to kind of access into that ecosystem. Okay, so, and we could talk about this forever. Are there any questions here? Let me just go through the slides and then I'll pause. The thing here is, let's try it. You should definitely, if you haven't downloaded your MetaMask wallet, just download it, put some Ethereum in there, maybe start buying some different things, try to buy an NFT. Don't go crazy with it. Make sure it's money you can, afford to lose on some level. This is all a lot of fun and has real consequences as investors as well down the line. So this is where we are currently. Probably after this week, it's probably at 1.2 trillion. So it's minuscule digital assets here in comparison to real estate, global debt, global money supply, etc. What's interesting is, we talked about this earlier, money printing has gone bananas, right? Every countries only have a few bullets left in their gun, and money, everybody's now into this money printing, the kind of modern monetary theory, MMT printing. So basically the negative interest rate territory is happening around the world, and we factor in inflation, we're losing money by holding on to some of these investments. So there's movement, and there will be continued movement into this new asset class, digital assets, because of the lower starting base of the asset class and a higher return alpha potential that they can achieve. Why? We talked about those three big reasons: money printing, way too much money being pumped into the system, and inflation and devaluing the currencies. Bitcoin basically started getting its foothold in a narrative here of digital gold because you can't inflate it. It's this hard money, this fixed supply that people kind of associate with in like more of like a Reaganomics type of aspect. Low interest rates, right? We've seen unprecedented times of low interest rates, and the debt and the treasury are earning low yields here. I mean, not only from your checking account, but from other areas. And we just said that. I said recently we've seen rate hikes that start to come in, and you'll see once the rate hikes come in a little bit, people will cycle out of digital assets into safer assets as well, and you'll see this start to go back and forth. And then the third one is kind of not quantifiable, but the COVID lockdown and really ramps up this idea of virtual worlds, Zoom, social media. We understand this digital world a little bit more because overnight we were basically thrust into this world where everything was digital. So it's a mental product market fit that takes hold. It's difficult to quantify, but it's still a major factor. Okay. So this is not just now, it's not just Adam, it's not just retail investors doing this. We see a lot of, like, I just spoke to the Harvard endowment yesterday. We see a lot of endowments getting into this game. Financial institutions, Prashant, formerly at Morgan Stanley, everybody's either investing into the protocols here or trying to make digital assets available to their larger investors and or retail constituents. The companies we can talk about for a second, MicroStrategy, you've seen Elon go bananas with Tesla and everything that's happening with Square, and I now think it's called the Block. But all of that is like treasury diversification, right? And then you even saw it with countries where El Salvador will buy Bitcoin on A, make it legal, B, have it for their corporate treasury. Michael Saylor at MicroStrategy is the most popular of doing this. And then finally, traditional venture capital firms. So our major competition is the Web3 funds, but you'll start to see like Sequoia, Lightspeed, Sequoia India, A16Z, and a more traditional VC setting start to get into our area, which is why it's really, really important for us in a Web3 perspective to know everything that's going on. We have to see every deal coming out of India, Asia, LATAM, just definitely as our USP, and then as well in the United States, and that's my job. So let's see, challenges we talked about. Actually, I'll just stay here. I think that's it for now. I want to leave some time for questions. We all know about regulation. The UX needs to get better. Market manipulations. You saw what happened with Terra and UST this week. And a big existential threat on, bans coming, security hacks, and lack of sustained adoption. So just this continued frothiness. So I'll pause here. I'll stop sharing. And I'll take any questions, or if somebody wants to say, I disagree, or let's talk about this, I'm down. Thank you. I know we move fast.
Hey, Adam, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, feedback's gone. Cool.
Yes.
So we have to mute it, otherwise we get that feedback loop. But thank you so much for joining us. I definitely enjoy your talk. As you've had experience kind of on a global scale of what you're seeing with these new technologies, what are some of the implications when it comes to the new technology that's coming out of the Web3 world? And give me just a second, I'll get you back up.
Yeah. Implications, can you be more specific?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say, Adam?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, can you be more specific on the question, like implications? I'll riff. Let me riff, and then you'll take me in a different direction. So the implications in a lot of ways are, I mean, this week was pretty crazy. You saw what happened with Terra, right? People were getting, it's like, you know, if I'm a retail investor, crypto is inherently an emerging market, retail investor driven narrative. So I'm getting 0.025% in a Wells Fargo now by just holding a stable coin or just holding, and in that way, UST was gaining me 20%. I wasn't personally doing this, but this was the narrative. So, and that's an algorithmic stable coin, right? Different than say like there's no regulated stablecoins per se, but something that's backed by reserves or even an over collateralized stablecoin like DAI. So in this way, this is basically saying, so the implications of this will be, okay, if I need to pay, if I'm using an over collateralized stablecoin, I'm paying in $2 to get $1 of a stablecoin back, as an example. Whereas what the algorithmic stablecoins will say is, I'm going to pay 20 cents in Bitcoin to get, you know, $1. So it's 10x more efficient. So this is kind of like the holy grail, and like why people will always try to make this happen. So the implications are, how do you have some semblance of a sound money system within crypto and Web3 when people will continue to push the boundaries for getting people out of the way and having the algorithm do it? This is a big risk for the space, because it starts to, oh, okay. You see me, what implications seeing in Web3 companies? What implications am I seeing in Web3? New technologies being developed. I mean, the new technologies that are being developed really in Web3 are all right now related to DeFi and NFTs. It's really just creating Web 2 versions of things, like in decentralized ways. And sometimes decentralization isn't the right way to go. Like Amazon is much better right now as a storage provider than Arweave or than Filecoin. But in this way, it's disrupting more the economics of everything than it is the technologies themselves. So in that way, the innovation is really less around like new technology and outside of what we know as a blockchain, and it's more like playing with the game. So if you get a chance to take like a course on game theory or game design or economic design, I think it's that. It's more like, what does this look like if it's not all controlled here, and it's more open from an economic standpoint. The other big implication here, and it's not a technology one, but I'll use this Canadian truckers example as the censorship resistant one, not just from a money perspective, and you see this play out in Russia and Ukraine. But basically, do we think that a government should have the right to, whether you like, and if you break the law, that's why if somebody breaks the law, they have the shadow banking system. That's why all these billionaires have their money, you know, in a shadow banking system off, because if they go to court and they get brought into court, they need money because they know what's going to happen. Their assets are going to get frozen. but normal people don't have, or have a Swiss bank account. Normal people don't have that option. And the bigger danger longer term, and why I think Web3 becomes really important, let alone for just the technology part, it's to fight back against some of the centralized actors that want to shut down certain viewpoints or areas of the world that they might not agree with. And if you have the power within a banking system, and Thomas Jefferson is big when talking about this, if you have a power in a banking system to be able to do this, you have the control over the people. So the Canadian trucker example is Canadian truckers are blocking a certain area of a highway in order to protest, whatever they're protesting, right? Then the Canadian government says, we're going to step in, we're suspending all of their bank accounts, we're shutting off their bank accounts right now because we don't agree. And even if they got arrested, do they have the right to shut down somebody's bank account? So they did that. They quickly reversed course about a week later. But this was like a really perfect example, because now everybody started saying Bitcoin as a way out of this. Like, did you have any capital in Bitcoin if a government were to freeze your assets? So I think a lot of the considerations for Web3, there's the sexy parts, there's the big yields, there's the gaming, being able to trade in-game assets. And these are almost the toys that we play with. I think the big innovations will be to fight back against the powers that would divide people and therefore lock them out of financial systems for whatever reason. Well, for the crypto market to stabilize, no, I mean, it's a good question. I don't think the markets will stabilize. They're stabilized-ish right now as far as like we're on a downward trend, but crypto is a volatile asset class. You have to look at it like we at the fund always take like a 10, 20-year view of this. I think regulation is the short answer to this, and regulation specifically around stablecoins will be an answer to this. And I don't know if people want it to stabilize, right? All of the alpha that's generated now for venture will come in when the VIG or the VIX here is high. So I think that it would be some version of stablecoin regulation will be a big one, more clarity from the SEC around what is security and what's not, and then for stablecoin issuance, what can and can't be used. And then beyond that, I don't think right now it wants to stabilize. It's kind of like where the internet was with .com era. We're probably a little bit past that, but similar timeframes. Yeah, this is a great one. So it can do this already. I mean, so if you're a startup, we talked a little bit about this, like VCs, it still is like venture capital firms from Silicon Valley would take on a lot of the risk and they would get a lot of rewards, and the founders would have to give up the equity to kind of go through this. What's happened now is, say that was like 95%. Now crypto helps and now makes it 85%. And you can keep seeing this is another one of these unbundling aspects, right? ICOs were a really good example, sometimes poorly done, but ICOs, you can go directly still do a crowd sale and sell equity or tokens for your fund, for your startup in that way. I think it also helps you'll hear a lot about DAOs. I think DAOs are really interesting corporate like governance structures. So I think learning about DAOs and learning about how they're pulling together startup funding, I think that's 100% accurate of blockchain and maybe not blockchain per se, but the how you take money in. And as long as it's done in a regulatorily legal way, it expands the aperture for who can invest in your company or your protocol. The example here with a DAO, and now it's up to you as a founder to like have it resonate with people. You saw Constitution DAO raise $43 million in the course of 24 hours and still lost out buying a copy of the Constitution to one of I think the founders of Citadel for like $43 million. But the fact that capital came together in a 24 to 36 hour period to buy a Constitution, buy a lot of smaller checks, to be honest, is incredible. So if you, as a startup founder, whether it's blockchain or not, the aspect of tokenizing something, you can tokenize a Web2 project. That's just a fundraising mechanism. Yeah. No major last thoughts. No major last thoughts. It's more like open forum. If you want to learn more about the fund, we're at woodstock.com. And I think that might be it. There's so much stuff to cover. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's always enjoyable to learn about it and share it with others. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I get everybody to their happy hour drinks earlier.
Here, we could not have had a better talk from you, and it definitely was very informative. I think we truly appreciate all that you shared with us, and thank you again for joining us. And how do people reach out to you if they'd like to get a hold of you?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. Easy, first name, last name. It's the best way to do it. Or Twitter at Adam Mastrelli. I think that might be the best.
Thank you, Adam. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend and enjoy the beautiful weather.
You too. Thanks, everyone.